Chapter 219. Xiong Kuei's eyes lost focus. When the rumbling thunder got closer and closer, a bunch of silver-armored cavalry finally appeared hundreds of feet away. First, there were 3 to 5 people, their bodies were blurry like a cloud striking over. After a short while, more and more silver-armored knights appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiong Kuei's eyes were filled with despair. Gantian Mountain Black Fox Iron Cavalry. At this moment, they couldn't even escape. When those 1,000 cavalry galloped, a whirlwind blew beside all the silver war horses. The wind helped the horse speed, like there was no resistance at all as they galloped swiftly. Their galloping speed was no slower than the mutated Windrider foal he was riding on. In front of this bunch of silver-armored cavalry, a majestic middle-aged man in bright silver armor holding a horse-slaying knife was slowly galloping over. Xiong Kuei's face couldn't help but turn ashen white. In the end, he rolled his eyes and totally gave up on escaping. He decisively tossed aside the axe in his hand, raising his hands up high like he was surrendering. When the middle-aged man saw that, his eyes squinted, showing a surprised expression. A moment later, he regained his cold and cruel expression. The knife attack in his hand didn't stop at all. When his body flashed past, the knife shadow flashed slightly, changing into the back of the knife, heavily smashing onto Xiong Kuei's head, directly sending him flying hundreds of feet. He fainted on the ground. And when these 1,000 silver-armored knights gradually slowed down their horses, the silver-armored knights began to slow down. The surrounding cavalry and infantry troops of Blazing Flame Mountain all stopped in their track. No one dared to even take a step closer. That handsome general in silver armor didn't seem to care about the hundreds of thousands of infantry and cavalry troops that were less than 400 miles away. He leisurely rode his horse and came in front of Xiong Kuei. He directly captured the Prince of Blazing Flame Mountain in his hands. This confrontation of over 100 times the difference in numbers only lasted for a short while before the soldiers of Blazing Flame Mountain City began to retreat, no longer bothering with them. However, it was different from the hundreds of thousands of scattered troops of Yunxia Mountain. Within this Blazing Flame Mountain army, there were people who could take charge. Even if they retreated, they were still in an orderly manner. The handsome middle-aged man didn't bother, just waiting coldly. In just a moment, 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry charged out from the nearby camp gate. The person leading them was Zhong Yuan. When he saw the 1,000 Black Fox Iron Cavalry, Zhong Yuan's expression instantly changed. Hesitating for a moment, he ordered the Xian Mountain City cavalry to stop their horses. Then, he walked up to the stalwart middle-aged man alone. He bowed on the horse and said, "Nephew Zhong Yuan pays his respects to uncle." Only then did the middle-aged man's face turn warm, sizing up Zhong Yuan, his expression complicated. Maniac lightning spear sense, unparalleled formation charging, no wonder the ruler would always protect you. After today, you, Zhong Yuan, can be considered to have made a name for yourself. 3,000 steel cavalry defeated 400,000 Yunxia and Raging Flame allied forces. The name of the Purple Lightning Spear would definitely shake the entire Donglin Cloud continent. If my big brother was here, he would most likely be extremely gratified. However, since you have this ability, then you should use it on the right path. Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang, that pair of father and son, are both treacherous people. If you follow them, sooner or later, you will be sold out by them. When he said those last few sentences, a sharp glow flashed in the eyes of the handsome middle-aged man. However, when he saw that even when he insulted Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang, he still didn't react, only then did he reveal a shocked expression. Could it be that this guy had really sided with the crown prince? With Zhong Yuan's personality, it was weird for him to betray him. To join Zhong Shou who couldn't cultivate was even more surprising. Zhong Yuan kept silent. When he heard those words, the name of the Purple Lightning Spear would definitely shake the entire Donglin Cloud continent. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't pay attention to the words that followed. In the battle today, other people only saw that his purple lightning spear was invincible, trampling over 1,000 troops and wiping away his humiliation. However, who would know that all of this was actually happening? It was all under the control of the Crown Prince. The moment he left Zhong Shou's side and fought with others, he would definitely reveal his true colors. However, shortly after, he was pumped up. Zhong Yuan's eyes shone with an extremely intense glow. Although it wasn't done by him, what he learned from today's battle exceeded his imagination. One day, he would be able to live up to his name. He definitely wouldn't give up. He would personally kill those two people, that bastard called Zhong Hao, under his spear. The handsome middle-aged man found it weird. A few breaths ago, this Zhong Yuan was really depressed, totally unlike the person who had just led 3,000 cavalry to crush 40 enemy troops. He didn't have any joy, nor did he have any gleeful expression. Instead, he seemed really depressed. However, in just a moment, his fighting spirit rose up, making one confused. However, he was too lazy to bother, curling his lips as he tilted his head and looked in the direction of the carriage formation. Following which he expressionlessly said, "I don't care what you Zhong Yuan are planning by joining the prince. However, if one day you dare to harm the prince, even if you Zhong Yuan have grasped the maniac lightning spear sense, I will personally take your life. The battle here has ended. If you don't have any intentions to chase, you can follow me to meet the prince." Zhong Yuan's brows furrowed as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of scattered troops who were retreating towards the mouth of the canyon, as well as the Xian mountain cavalry who were showing signs of exhaustion. Thinking about it for a moment, he didn't hesitate to follow behind Zhong Gang towards the carriage formation. Within the carriage formation, at this moment, all the people drilled out of the carriages and climbed onto the roof, looking 10 miles out. The images were really blurry. However, one could roughly see the situation there. Especially when Tan Tao said that Feng Yu had been killed, it sounded out tens of miles away. Even on the side of the carriage formation, it could be clearly heard. Everyone's eyes were burning as they looked on, looking at this close to miraculous scene. Especially those 1,000 Xian Mountain City elite cavalry who stayed behind. They were all envious and jealous, filled with regret. What they regretted the most was that they weren't chosen to participate in the charge and become one of the 3,000 Iron Cavalry. Iron Cavalry charging, unstoppable. To be able to participate in such a feat, even if they died in battle, they would feel honored. "We actually won." Li Luo's eyelids jumped, following which he laughed bitterly. "What happened today is like what the prince said, we will become a legend in the Cloud Continent." Retracting his gaze, Li Luo glanced at Zhong Shou. He saw Fang Zhengjing sitting there calmly, as if he had nothing to do with himself. He was mumbling to himself, as if he was calculating something. Listening carefully, Zhong Shou spat out a series of numbers. What wind, flame, explosive arrows, 440 deaths, how much compensation was needed? There was also an energy-destroying spirit upheaval talisman, how much was it worth? And also the armor and spiritual artifacts, how much were they worth? He was actually calculating the losses of this battle. In the end, when he calculated that he had used close to 200 grade 7 beast crystals, Zhong Shou's face was filled with pain. If this money came from Gantian Mountain, he naturally wouldn't care. However, this investment was from his private stash. Who knows, when he became the Monster King in the future, would he be able to reimburse it? Li Luo and Shi Dan were speechless, thinking that this future Gantian Mountain Monster King was really a piece of work. The latter hesitated for a moment before returning the remaining 2 energy-destroying spirit upheaval talismans. She knew that she wouldn't be able to get this item from such a strong enemy. The former shook his head and continued to look into the distance. "Congratulations, Prince, your city's Black Fox Iron Cavalry has arrived. The victory of this battle is already set, and there is no chance of it turning around. If we chase with all our strength, Even if we can't wipe out the 400,000 Alliance army, we will be able to cause heavy losses to Blazing Flame Mountain and Yunxia Mountain. Not mentioning the cavalry, we will be able to kill half of the tens of infantry." Hearing the words Black Fox Iron Cavalry, Zhong Shou came back to his senses and looked into the distance. As expected, a full 1,000 silver-armored cavalry and the 3,000 Xian mountain cavalry were slowly rushing over. They were all silver chainmail, shining brightly. The war horse under them was obviously a variant of the Windrider foal, a silver scale wind-stepping beast. Its speed was only slightly slower than the Windrider foal. Zhong Shou couldn't help but take in a deep cold breath, looking into the distance. This group of silver-armored cavalry were all dual cultivators, and they were all from the fox race. Among them, there were 3 Xuanwu ancestral masters and 20 martial ancestral masters. No wonder there were only 1,000 of them. Out of the elites of Donglin Cloud Continent, they were ranked in the top 3. In the west of Donglin Cloud Continent, they had never lost. Before this, he was still finding it weird why the spirit masters of Yunxia and Blazing Flame City didn't do anything. Ruoshui alone couldn't be so strong. It seems like they were most probably wiped out by the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. His original plan was to defeat these 400,000 people and call it a day. However, if he had such an elite cavalry in his hands, he had some confidence in keeping at least half of the 400,000 people. However, thinking about it carefully, Zhong Shou decisively shook his head, tossing aside this temptation. These people are all from the monster race and will be my subordinates in the future. Even if I force a portion of them to surrender, I don't have so many men to take care of these prisoners. Moreover, I don't have so much free time now. Li Luo and Shurdan were startled. This prince really boasted shamelessly. He hadn't even become the monster king of Gantian Mountain and already treated the people of Yunxia Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain as his own people. However, when they thought about Zhong Shou's age, his top sword skills, and how he controlled Zhong Yuan to charge at the formation, they were speechless. Oh right, there was also Zhong Yuan, who was an unparalleled general seed. Once he grew, in just a few years, no one in the Donglin Cloud Continent would be able to compete with him on the battlefield. In the Donglin Cloud Continent, since the D dynasty was destroyed a few thousand years ago, it had been in chaos for close to 4,000 years. Were the cities of the various countries going to be unified once more in the hands of Zhong Shou? The two of them couldn't help but let their thoughts run wild. Zhong Yuan didn't care, focusing on the front. The 3,000 Xian Mountain Cavalry and Black Fox Iron Cavalry all stopped when they were 500 feet away from the carriage formation. The leader Zhong Yuan and another handsome middle-aged man walked over together. Chapter 220. The two of them were extremely quick. In just one jump they were on top of the carriage, half kneeling towards Zhong Shou. Zhong Yuan silently knelt. Zhong Gang first heavily bowed. Black Fox Iron Cavalry Commander Zhong Gang greets the prince. When he raised his head once more, his eyes were really focused as he looked closely at Zhong Shou. His eyes were actually a little misty. "Little Shou, we haven't met in 3 years, right? You are so tall and look like the ruler. You are a man. Don't worry, with me here, no one in this world will dare to touch you. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Were you bullied these few days? It is my fault, the ruler wasn't here and I wasn't able to take care of you. If I knew that Lingyun's sect would go back on their words, I wouldn't have rushed to the Oblivion Cloud Ocean to see what was going on." As he said that, he couldn't help but choke up, his hand hitting his chest like he was filled with regret. When Li Luo heard that, he couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, how could this audacious guy beside me be afraid? He was pretty much a beast that hid all his claws and teeth, pretending to be a sheep. Only when one got close could one feel how terrifying he was. However, this commander of the Black Fox Iron Cavalry was indeed an interesting person, just like the rumors said. Zhong Gang continued to talk to himself like he wanted to vent all his sadness in front of Zhong Yuan. Zhong Shou was helpless. He also knew that this person was one of the most trusted people under Zhong Weiran. Not only did he control the Black Fox Iron Cavalry, but he was also the commander of the 20,000 personal troops of Gantian Mountain. His identity was also his race uncle. He had long heard that although this person was really smart and unparalleled on the battlefield, sometimes his personality was a little weird. However, he didn't expect that this person would be so weird to such an extent. He decided to just open his eyes, his soul flying out of his head to comprehend the runes in his mind. Until 15 minutes later, when Zhong Gang's voice slowly stopped, did he come back to his senses. His eyes were also wet, his eyeballs turning red as he said emotionally, "Uncle Lon, please get up. With Uncle Lon here, I can finally feel at ease. If I take over the throne in the future, I will have many things to rely on. I just hope that Uncle Lon won't find me annoying." Hearing those words, the others didn't think much of it. Chu Shui blinked in surprise. She also looked at Zhong Shou carefully. He thought to himself that his own crown prince was actually so good at pretending. The rest of the people, especially Tan Tao, who had rushed over later, also rolled their eyes. Zhong Gang didn't feel anything, retracting his tears and standing up. His eyes were sharp. "How can I find it annoying? Jun Shang's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. In this lifetime, it will be difficult to repay it. If the crown prince needs anything, just let me, Zhong Gang, do it. The enemy of the prince is the enemy of Zhong Gang. Whoever dares to harm the prince, Zhong Gang will be the first to kill him." After he finished speaking, he scanned the crowd with his tiger eyes. His expression was incomparably sharp, forcing everyone to avert their gazes. Only when he looked at Li Luo and Shi Dan did he reveal a surprised expression. He didn't understand why with their strength, they would protect Zhong Shou. Following which, he didn't care anymore. After scoffing, he gave out 2 warning gazes. Only then did he press his knife and stand behind Zhong Shou, acting like he was his personal guard. Zhong Shou's lips couldn't help but twitch. Being stood behind by this 8-meridian Xuanwu fellow who was a martial cultivator, he only felt a sense of discomfort all over his body. If this person behind him suddenly attacked, even if he wasn't on guard, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. He really wasn't willing to let such a person who he couldn't fully trust occupy his position. This Zhong Gang might be loyal to that cheap father of his, but he might not be so to him. Whether or not those words were an act or if he was sincere, it was tough to know. However, at this moment, it wasn't good for him to reject. Zhong Shou could only shake his head slightly and bear with it. He continued to look at Zhong Yuan, who was still half kneeling in front of him. Looking at him calmly for a moment, seeing that he wasn't impatient at all, he smiled. "Well done. No, it should be a pleasant surprise. Before this, I didn't expect you to have such talent. Killing Mu Ling and Mu Jiang, killing Feng Yu and stepping over several formations. You purple lightning spear." Zhong Yuan can be proud. Zhong Yuan's expression was still calm, expressionlessly shaking his head. "What does today's battle have to do with me, Zhong Yuan? 3,000 iron cavalry trampling over 1,000 troops. It was all done by the prince." However, Zhong Yuan has thought about it carefully. The prince's words before were indeed true. I, Zhong Yuan, won't easily give up and won't take my life lightly. I learned a lot from the battle just now. Maybe today, I, Zhong Yuan, don't have the ability to sweep the battlefield and defeat 1,000 troops. In the future, I will have it and won't disappoint the prince. Zhong Gang was totally confused when he heard that, not knowing what the two of them were talking about. Only Chu Shui and the others knew what was going on, smiling and not speaking. Zhong Shou was also shocked. After a moment, he understood, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. So you thought that you relied on me for this battle? Then do you know why I said that you killed Mu Ling and Mu Jiang and Feng Yu? Why didn't you mention that Yang Xian and Xie knew? Zhong Yuan was startled. Thinking back to it, the prince's tone was a little weird. Just as he didn't know what was going on. Zhong Shou used his hand to point at his brow. Take a look at this. Zhong Yuan instinctively touched his brow, only to feel that it was bright and there was nothing weird about it. A moment later, he woke up and wanted to use his spiritual sense to check, following which his eyes were filled with shock. The soul word mark at the center of his brow had actually totally disappeared. Also, the spiritual formations that Zhong Shou drew on his body and within the armor seemed to have disappeared. Speaking of which, the current him was actually a free body? That's right, that ball of lightning from the sky. Indeed, from then on, he felt as if something was missing from his body. However, he was too focused and didn't pay attention. Speaking of which, Mu Ling, Mu Jiang, and Feng Yu actually died in his hands? The 5th and 6th formations as well as the maniac bear armored warriors were personally broken by him? How was that possible? A few months ago, he was still stuck at the peak of Xiantian, unable to move, so how could he do that? Using the body of a 4th wheel martial ancestor to kill 2 Xuanwu ancestors, was he dreaming? Not only him, but even Tan Tao and Hu Zhongyuan were stunned, looking at Zhong Yuan in disbelief. Speaking of which, the latter half of the battle had nothing to do with Zhong Shou and was all done by Zhong Yuan? He was also unparalleled in breaking formations and also used that maniac lightning spear sense. Even when facing a strong enemy like the maniac bear armored warriors, he was still able to easily trample them. It was actually no weaker than when Zhong Shou was controlling it. Didn't that mean that the current Zhong Yuan not only had the ability to challenge Xuanwu ancestors, but on the battlefield, he could also cause everyone to fear him? Tan Tao was really shrewd and was the first to come back to his senses, following which he couldn't help but take in a deep breath. So he is an unparalleled general seed. He thought to himself that no wonder the Gantian mountain monster king treated Zhong Yuan so well. However, the crown prince in front of him had always treated him differently. A rare general talent, this Zhong Yuan did indeed have the ability to make everyone view him as a treasure. Zhong Yuan was still at a loss, his expression alternating between red and white, changing unpredictably. Zhong Shou was a little impatient, directly saying, "Demon path techniques are mostly small paths. This soul-controlling technique is the same. Actually, it can't trap people with strong wills. Even without the lightning, you just need a few days to break the soul seal." He saw that Zhong Yuan's pupils were slowly starting to focus. Zhong Shou's words suddenly paused. "Now that your soul seal is gone, I can't control you anymore. What are you prepared to do next? If you want to leave, as long as you promise not to be enemies with my Gantian mountain, I can let you leave." Before he finished, Zhong Shou felt an extremely intense aura rise up behind him, only to see Zhong Gang suddenly step forwards, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked coldly at Zhong Yuan. It was like as long as he said the word leave, he would attack and chop off his head. Zhong Shou couldn't help but be speechless. He actually forgot about this fellow. Didn't he know that at this moment he was trying to appease him? If he was just a martial artist then it was okay, but for such a talent, forcefully wrung melons wouldn't be sweet. Forget it, one being the good guy, one being the bad guy, the effect seems to be better. Zhong Yuan was still silent. A moment later he bowed once more, his head on the ground. "The prince has helped me, Zhong Yuan, by not killing me, by half a teacher, and by giving me a new life. My Zhong Yuan's conscience hasn't been eaten by a dog yet. In this life, as long as I haven't died, I will be your dog. Only one thing," begged the prince. "Then Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang." He gritted his teeth, unable to say the last few words. "Do you want to take his life?" Zhong Shou was instantly delighted. Even if this fellow didn't say anything, this time when he returned he wouldn't let these few people have a good time. If what he expected was right, this time when he returned to Gantian Mountain, there would be many bloody storms. However, at this time he couldn't agree too easily. Using his hand to face-bomb, Zhong Shou acted like he had a headache. These two people, one is my race uncle, an elder of the Sky Fox race. The other is my cousin, a rare talent of the younger generation. No matter how disrespectful they are to me. Zhong Yuan didn't speak, his expression determined as he silently kowtowed. He went all out, a series of banging sounds as he smashed a hole in the roof of the carriage. His face was covered in blood. At this moment, the many armored cavalry of Xian Mountain City were all furious as they stared coldly at Zhong Shou. Strength was the best way to convince people, especially after being led by Zhong Yuan and creating that miracle of crushing 400,000 troops. These Xian Mountain City cavalry already worshipped this purple lightning spear. At this moment they couldn't hear what the few of them were saying, only seeing Zhong Yuan kowtow in front of Zhong Shou for a long time. His head was bleeding, but he still didn't stop. They couldn't help but feel unhappy, thinking that this Zhong Shou was pretty much an incapable ruler. His actions were preposterous. An expert like Zhong Yuan didn't console him after winning, and instead humiliated him like this. Chapter 221. Pairs of crimson eyes stared at him. If it wasn't for Zhong Gang and Tan Tao coldly sweeping over, they were about to be filled with emotions. Chushua's chest was filled with unfairness, her eyes wide open as she stared at these people, thinking to herself that the one who led them to crush the 400,000 troops of the two cities should be the prince. If it wasn't for the prince, all of them would have died here. Although it was this fellow who brought them to this Rawhide Straits. However, who was he doing this for? Her brain wasn't good, but her memory wasn't. She remembered that Tan Tao had told the prince that Blazing Flame Mountain and Yunxia Mountain had gathered troops here. Actually, it was to build a city here to take over the tens of stone mines that Gantian Mountain and Xian Mountain City had in the Rawhide Mountains. Speaking of which, who knows when the prince would be able to personally head into battle. Let these people take a good look at who the one who could trample over 1,000 troops was. It was best if their eyeballs all fell out. Then, she shook her head, thinking that it was best if he didn't head into battle. The battle was dangerous, and it was best if the prince hid at the back like this. Zhong Shou was in deep thought, like he was weighing the pros and cons. Just as he was thinking that the time was about to arrive and he could half push and half agree. Zhong Yuan suddenly stopped, his eyes looking over seriously. Today I, Zhong Yuan, swear with my blood that I am willing to be the prince's servant. He actually pulled out the knife at his waist and slit his arm. His expression didn't change. In this life, I will never leave you. If I go against this oath, let me, Zhong Yuan, fall into the abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. Countless rays of purple scripture light extended downward. It dyed the entire sky a deep blue color. Including Li Luo, Zhong Gang, Tan Tao and the others, they were all startled as they looked at Zhong Yuan before looking into the sky. Swearing a blood oath wasn't anything special. However, when he was swearing, there was coincidentally lightning, which was surprising. He remembered that before this, the sky above Rawhide Straits was cloudless. All of a sudden, black clouds began to roll. If it wasn't for the fact that he could confirm that there was no soul master controlling it, he would pretty much think that there was a spirit master casting the spell. Zhong Shou was also a little surprised. He looked at the sky for a while, then withdrew his gaze. This was too much of a coincidence. Could it really be a celestial phenomenon? Was there something strange about Zhong Yuan's luck? He looked at the blood dripping from the man's wrist thoughtfully. It seemed to form a natural blood-colored rune. Zhong Shou's eyes narrowed slightly, then he smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. In fact, even if you didn't mention Zhong Yang and Zhong Hao, I wouldn't tolerate them. Get up, I promise you. Zhong Yuan stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood. He couldn't help but mock himself inwardly for being so impatient. However, there was nothing to be unwilling about working for this cousin of his. In fact, he wished that Zhong Shou could control his body for a longer period of time. Then, he would be able to comprehend more. Just as he was about to stand up, Zhong Shou pointed at his waist. "You are still carrying Feng Yu's head? Are you really planning to make his head into a piss pot?" Zhong Yuan looked at the side of his waist, only to see a huge head hanging there. Its eyes were still wide open, like it died with a grievance. Looking at Feng Yu's head, Zhong Yuan thought for a moment, then he nodded his head. "Why not? This place is a little inconvenient. Wait until we return to Gantian Mountain. Zhong Yuan will definitely get people to take out the skull and paint it with gold to sell." In the end, he still took off the head and tossed it far away. Zhong Shou's stomach churned. A piss pot made from a head, who would want that? Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep at night? Following which, Hu Qianqiu's eyes lit up. Behind him, there was also a burning gaze that looked over. It seemed like even Tan Tao was tempted. Zhong Shou was speechless. No wonder the Donglin Cloud Continent 10,000 years ago was seen as barbarians by the Central Cloud Continent people. As expected, it made sense. Helplessly shaking his head, Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother. Turning his eyes, he looked at Xiong Kuei who Zhong Gang had mentioned. At this moment, he was sprawled on the ground. His eyes were tightly shut, his face was purple and gold like he was still unconscious. If it wasn't for his breathing being rushed when Zhong Yuan made the oath, he would have thought that he still hadn't woken up. Looking closely at the corner of Zhong Shou's lips, he coldly sneered. "Isn't this Prince Xiong Kuei who is prepared to teach me a lesson? If you continue to pretend to be unconscious, do you believe that I will make you into a drowning machine?" Xiong Kuei was still lying there, not moving at all. His breathing was also indiscernible. Zhong Shou shook his head, directly waving his hand. "It seems like he won't wake up. Men, drag this fellow to feed the dogs. Remember to pick up his head for me." Before his words landed, Xiong Kuei climbed up with a roll. "Prince, please wait." He actually didn't blush at all, calmly tidying up his robes. He cupped his hands towards Zhong Yuan. "Blazing Flame Mountain Xiong Kuei greets the prince. The prince has won beautifully in this battle." Xiong Kuei is impressed. "However, how is the prince going to deal with me? If you can let me go, I will be really grateful. Forgive me for being bold, but with the prince's current situation, you are surrounded by enemies. I am not talented, but I am willing to be your ally." When Zhong Shou heard that, he laughed coldly to himself. Since he couldn't act dead, he tried this with him? He had lost a few hundred beast crystals this time. If he didn't suck the marrow out of him to make up for his losses, how could he be satisfied? His expression still didn't change, expressionless. "Let's talk about this in the future. Now, I don't like people standing and talking to me. Especially people who are taller than me." Xiong Kuei's face instantly swelled to a purple color. His eyes shone, his chest was so depressed that he was about to explode. However, when he looked forward, be it Zhong Gang or Zhong Yuan, their expressions were dark and cold as they stared at him aggressively. However, he felt a chill in his heart. Zhong Shou's wolf-like gaze made him feel really nervous. Thinking about it for a moment, he thought to himself that a man knew when to bow and when to stand tall, to be able to bear with what others couldn't. So what if he knelt now? Hesitating for a moment, he still knelt down. In his heart, he wanted to slice this Zhong Shou into pieces, along with that Zhong Yuan and Zhong Gang, into meat paste. If he didn't take revenge for this humiliation, he wasn't a man. Following which, Zhong Shou's face was filled with a kind smile. "Prince Xiong Kuei, do you want to return to your blazing flame mountain?" At the same time, tens of miles away, it was still on that high cliff. What is the background of this Zhong Yuan? A blood oath actually caused such a phenomenon. Is he not just an unparalleled general seed? That shouldn't be the case. If this person really has a good fate, my senior master should be able to see it. Looking at the sky, at the dark clouds that were still rolling about, Lei Dong's face was filled with surprise. Following which he frowned and sighed bitterly, continuing to write on the blue silk cloth in front of him. He guessed, Zhao Yinran, I heard that not only is Taiyuan very good at lightning and sword techniques, but her divination skills are also exceptional. Did you all see through it and purposely not say it? Zhao Yinran's brows were furrowed, too lazy to bother about him. Similarly on a blue silk cloth, however, it was obviously more tiring. It took him 50 to 60 breaths to write each word. She wasn't as free and easy as Lei Dong, which was why she tried to be concise, only writing a few hundred words. Zhong Shou entered Ruahai Straits, sending Zhong Yuan to lead 3,000 cavalry to charge, killing Yang Xian, Mu Ling, Xianu, Mu Jiang, and Feng Yu, crushing 400,000 troops. I suspect that these two people are unparalleled general talent. Junior brother Zhong Shou is even more indiscernible. After Zhong Yuan's battle, he swore loyalty and caused a phenomenon. I suspect that this person's fate has changed. Lei Dong also heard these words. However, he sighed, has his fate changed? I guess that is the case. Today was going to be a good show. 3,000 cavalry trampling over 1,000 troops. Since that person, I haven't seen such a feat in a long time. As he said that, the words on the blue silk cloth were completed. Lei Dong placed his palms together and chanted a few words. That silk cloth suddenly burned in the air, turning into a ball of smoke and dust. Balls of spiritual light rose up from within and flew into the sky. In just a moment it was nowhere to be seen. At this moment Zhao Yinran was also done. The blue silk cloth in front of her instantly burned. However, when that silk cloth turned to dust, Zhao Yinran's face was covered in sweat. She casually used her handkerchief to wipe it off and stood up. She jumped up and down on this giant rocky cliff as she walked into the distance. Lei Dong's eyes instantly shone. Crazy woman, where are you going? Yu Tsang Xing Dao, aren't you going to care about this Zhong Shou? Zhao Yinran stopped in her tracks and looked back like she was looking at an idiot. Naturally, we are going to invite him over. Lei Dong, are you asking yourself if you can ensure his safety? Lei Dong's brows furrowed, following which he was deep in thought, revealing a look of comprehension. Following which he gave out a bitter laugh. I forgot that this Zhong Yuan matter will definitely cause an uproar in Donglin Cloud Continent, and everyone will know about it. Moreover, this matter can't be hidden even if we want to. Such a talent is working for a piece of trash who can't cultivate. Even if one doesn't want to be tempted, it would make one want to kill him. Looking out, only to see that around the entire Ruahai Straits, there were actually tens of red flame birds flying 1,000 miles. The speed of these birds was rare in the world. In an instant, they were tens of miles away, flying in all directions. Lei Dong couldn't block them and wasn't willing to. To hide this matter, even if he killed the hundreds of thousands of people here, it would be useless. Actually, Zhong Yuan's unparalleled general talent was not a problem even if people found out about it. What he was worried about was that this matter would affect Zhong Shou. After Zhao Yinran finished speaking, she didn't bother about him anymore. She ran into the distance. Lei Dong also directly rose up. Ascended grandmasters traveling in the air was more convenient and faster. They directly traveled 10 miles in one step towards Jefu City. He was originally a little anxious in his heart, but thinking about it, hope rose up in his heart. He thought to himself that it was best if 1 or 2 strong senior masters came so that he could escape and return to the Central Cloud Continent earlier. Chapter 222. The closest city to Ruahai Straits, apart from Jefu City, was Xian Mountain City. A red swift bird spread its wings and sped through the clouds. Just as it arrived above Xian Mountain City, it dove down. It swiftly glided, and in just a moment, it charged into the center of the city lord's manor, into a wide hall. At this moment, Xian Yuan Tong was sitting high up in the hall. Beside him were Zhu Junho and Li Sina. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Behind the two of them, there were numerous generals in iron armor who were also present. Xian Yuan Iren stood behind Xian Yuan Tong, her expression uneasy. Tan Tao said that he couldn't persuade Shou and could only die with him. 7 days ago, I ordered Hai Tianyuan to lead 30,000 elite cavalry to rush to Ruohai Strait. I don't hope to save all 4,000 people, I just hope to open up a path of retreat for Shou and try to save more people. Let's hope that we can make it in time. However, to have an end to this battle, we need to use the army. Now that the problems in my body have been removed, as long as I suppress the energy in my body and delay my advancement, it should be enough to protect Xian Mountain City for several months. I will leave this battle to you, Marquis. With all the rulers of the cities, we should be able to gather 45 towns. Along with my elite troops, is that enough? I don't want the stone mines in Ruohai Mountain, but no matter what, we have to let Shou pass Ruohai Straits. We can't let them successfully build a city and block off the path. Xian Mountain City's military system: 5 men as a fire, 10 men as a staff, 50 men as a squadron, 100 men as a regiment, colonel in charge. 300 men as a unit, there would be a lieutenant. 1,000 men as a unit, the leader as a major. 3,000 men as a capital, there would be a lieutenant. 10,000 men as a town, there would be a commander in charge. The cities of Donglin Cloud Continent were all like that. Only the Black Fox Iron Cavalry and Mysterious Armor Wind Dragon Cavalry were a little different. If they were of the same rank, they would be 2 to 3 ranks higher than other soldiers of the same rank. 45 towns meant a total of 450,000 soldiers. Zhu Juanho's brows rose when he heard that. To use 450,000 men to fight the armies of Gantian Mountain and Blazing Flame City alone, he had no confidence at all. However, he was more worried about the safety of Xian Mountain City. Although it was said that there were 1 million of them, most of the troops were stationed outside to suppress the surrounding areas. Mobilizing 45 towns pretty much took all the troops in Xian Mountain City. Li Sina, who was sitting opposite him, bit her lips tightly. She looked a little angry. It had only been a few dozen days, and yet such a thing had happened again. That Zhong Shou did have some skills. His swordsmanship was connected to the spirit, and his spirit and martial arts merged into one. But did he think that those 400,000 people were made of straw? He actually dared to barge into Ruohai Strait. Wasn't this the same as sending himself into the mouth of a wolf? With only a little more than 4,000 men around him, what could he possibly do? He wanted to scold out, but when he looked at Xian Yuan Iren's ashen white face, his heart sank. He couldn't help but sigh and endure it. Thinking that Zhong Shou had the protection of a hidden sect, he should be fine. However, the people around him were most likely in dire straits. As for the generals under the two of them, they were all silent, not saying a single word. Although their expressions were slightly ugly, a few of them were sad. However, none of them showed any signs of fear. To be able to enter the hall, they were all pillars of Xian Mountain City. As long as Xian Yuan Tong gave the order, even if they were to die, it was okay. I also know that there are too few people. However, I really can't take out more people. I went into seclusion for a few years and didn't bother about outside matters. Instead, it allowed Linlan City to rise up once more. This is my fault. This battle is not only for my son-in-law, your young city lord. It also concerns the future of Xian Mountain City. When Xian Yuan Tong said those words, he also felt that it didn't make sense. He sighed slightly. We have received Brother Weiron's kindness, we have to repay it. Just as he said that, his eyelids suddenly rose up, only to see a red shadow enter the hall. He didn't seem to do anything, but a true qi was formed. Grabbing the bird in his hand, He took out a letter, and within it was a letter filled with words. Xian Yuan Tong took a look, following which his expression was filled with many emotions. He was suddenly delighted, suddenly emotional, suddenly shocked, suddenly in disbelief, continuously changing. Lisina found it strange. Her husband, in this life, had never done anything like this. Apart from that time in Taigang Hall, he had never lost his composure like that. Who knows what the message on the letter was, to make Xian Yuan Tong so happy. She wanted to snatch the letter over, but she was worried that there were so many eyes here. Lisina coughed lightly and said, "Husband, why are you so happy?" She gave Xian Yuan Iran a look. Iran understood and lightly kicked under your armchair. Only then did Xian Yuan Tong come back to his senses, furiously staring at his daughter behind him. Then, he casually waved the letter in his hand towards Zhu Juanho's direction. "It seems like we don't need to go to this Ruahai Strait." It was Tan Tao who sent a message, saying that Shou Er's purple lightning spear Zhong Yuan led our 3,000 iron cavalry to crush 2,000 tiger leopard cavalry and 50,000 Yunxia mountain cavalry. In just 15 minutes, he broke 7 formations, crushing 400,000 Yunxia blazing flames. When they heard that they didn't need to go to Ruahai Straits, those generals were all delighted. When Xian Yuan Tong said those words, he was stunned on the spot, not daring to believe his ears. Zhu Juanho's body shook as he looked at his hand. Then, the entire hall began to rumble. Using 3,000 iron cavalry to crush 400,000, how is that possible? It isn't like we haven't come into contact with the Yunxia mountain tiger leopard cavalry. It isn't that I want to boost their morale, but our mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry is actually a little weaker. Similarly, 1,000 people, our Xian mountain city will definitely lose. 2,000 tiger leopard cavalry, how can we crush them with just 3,000? With Tan Tao's personality, he wouldn't joke about this matter. Did someone pass the message? This matter is too exaggerated. I heard that this time there are 6 Xuanwu ancestors blocking Ruahai Strait. Along with Feng Yu and Xiong Kuei, there are 8 of them. There are also 2 returned to Sun Spirit Masters. How can they win? The entire hall was in deep discussion. In the second seat below Lisina, a person suddenly stood up and bowed. "City Lord, I heard that when Zhong Yuan came to our Xian mountain city, he didn't say anything. He just reached 3 meridians of the earth chakra level and broke through to martial ancestor, right?" Xian Yuan Tong took a look at this person. He was one of his generals and was called Long Bao. He smiled and nodded. "That's right." However, a few days ago Zhong Yuan had already advanced to 4 meridians of the earth chakra level. On the battlefield, he comprehended the maniac lightning spear sense. When he charged, he killed Yang Xian, Mu Ling, Xianu, and Mu Jiang. In the end, he even beheaded the Yunxia mountain prince Feng Yu. Tan Tao said that he is unparalleled in formation charging, a top general seed. The entire hall was deathly silent once more. A few of them couldn't take it anymore. The chairs they sat down on all had wood shavings flying all about. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to recover from their shock. In terms of unparalleled generals, there were a few in Donglin Cloud Continent. However, they all rose up along with a dynasty. Even the weakest one was able to unify half of Donglin Cloud Continent. They were all invincible on the battlefield, people who shone brightly for a time. Lisina's eyes opened wide in disbelief. Thinking back to that day behind Zhongsho, that ashen white-faced teen who could be considered handsome. At that time, she didn't pay much attention to him. She really didn't expect that fellow who looked so dead and lifeless actually had such ability. She didn't care about being reserved anymore, swiftly stepping forwards and snatching the piece of paper from Zhu Juanho's hands. Following which, his expression kept changing. Maniac lightning spear sense, unparalleled in formation charging, top general seed, Long Bao muttered to himself, following which he bowed slightly. If that is the case, then it is naturally fortunate. However, I also heard that this Zhong Yuan only worked for Zongyang and Zhong Hao. There is such a matter. However, after the battle, Zhong Yuan swore a blood oath to be the servant of my son-in-law. At that time there was also a sign. Seeing that most of the people in the hall still didn't fully believe it, Xian Yuan Tong smiled and stood up. As for whether or not this news is true, it is also hard for me to judge. However, if what Tan Tao said is true, within these 2 to 3 days, it will spread across Donglin Cloud Continent and everyone will know about it. At that time, we will know if it is true or false. Whilst speaking, Xian Yuan Tong walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. Stepping out of the door, he stood on the stone platform and looked into the distance. 3,000 iron cavalry trampling over 1,000 troops? Sure, you really gave me a surprise. The words on the paper were a little different from what he said just now. The 50,000 Yunxia Mountain Iron Cavalry was personally controlled by Zhong Shou using a demon artifact to control Zhong Yuan to break the map. In other words, Zhong Yuan was an unparalleled general talent. However, Zhong Shou was indiscernible. However, Xian Yuan Tong wasn't willing to speak about this matter to his subordinate. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Without enough strength, it was best if he could hide it. His expression calmed down as he looked towards the north. Thanks to his son-in-law, Yunxia Mountain suffered heavy losses. This time he could really take out his hand to totally solve the problems there. If the east wasn't stable, he really didn't have much confidence to help Zhong Shou interfere in Yin Dragon Canyon. However, this unparalleled general talent was actually taken in by him. Was his son-in-law really the future ruler of Donglin? Just half a day later, west of Donglin Cloud Continent, within a large city facing the cloud shore. This place wasn't as majestic as Xian Mountain City, but it was the only large city within these 2,000 miles. In the center of the city, in the largest building complex, there was an extremely elegantly decorated study that faced south and sat in the north. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. It caused the guards outside to exchange glances with one another. Who knows what was going on within for such a shocking sound to spread out? At this moment, within the reading room, Su Jingyuan was startled as he looked at the letter in his hand. In front of him, the desk that was completely made of gloomy wood had already been turned into fine dust under his palm. After a long while, Su Jingyuan's expression seemed to calm down slightly. However, his eyes were still filled with disbelief and shock. He took in a deep breath as he walked to the side of the window, looking at the small lake outside as he muttered to himself. Within Ruahai Straits, 3,000 iron cavalry broke the 400,000 Alliance army. In this world, there is actually such an unparalleled general talent. Chapter 223. Lianqing was originally standing solemnly at the side waiting quietly. Even if the table was smashed into pieces by his master, his expression didn't change. However, at this moment, his brows rose up in shock as he looked at the majestic back view beside the window, his eyes filled with shock. Ruahai Straits 3,000 iron cavalry breaking 400,000, unparalleled general talent? Is the city lord talking about the Gantian mountain prince? Based on what he knew, the recent period of time was when Zhong Shou passed through Ruahai mountain range. At this moment, there were thousands of iron cavalry under this prince's command. Yes and no. Su Jingyuan shook his head. Lianqing, do you remember that purple lightning spear? It was this person who had unparalleled formation charging ability, leading 1,000 Xian Mountain City mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry and 2,000 heavy armored cavalry to break through numerous formations, killing 4 Xuanwu ancestors and taking the life of Fengyu, causing the 400,000 Alliance army of Blazing Flame Mountain City and Yunxia Mountain City to collapse. Lianqing's eyes opened wide. His first thought was that he had heard wrongly. Then, his brows furrowed. Is this news true or false? It shouldn't be wrong. I heard that when this kid made the blood oath, he seemed to have attracted a sign from the heavens. Su Jingyuan looked at the paper in his hand, a true qi bursting out, causing the paper to shatter into pieces, scattering with the wind and landing in the lake outside the window. Then, he was silent. Be it master or servant, their hearts were raging, unable to calm down for a long time. After a full 10 minutes of silence, a glow flashed in Su Jingyuan's eyes. Lianqing, do you think this prince can unify Donglin in the future? Lianqing seemed to know that Su Jingyuan would ask such a question, not showing any surprise. Taking in a deep breath, he opened his mouth. Zhong Weiran has risen up for less than 10 years. Although Gantian Mountain's foundations are a little weak, but after years of war, the generals under him are all war elites. With the ability of the prince, he can sweep the entire Donglin. However, whether or not he can establish a country, I don't dare to make a judgment. However, if we add in a Xian mountain city, an unparalleled general talent, at least those top sects of spiritual houses won't be able to stop him. Top spiritual houses can't stop him. Then only the shrines can. That Lingyun's sect will definitely interfere. The expression in Su Jingyuan's eyes was still changing unpredictably. Sometimes it was ruthless, sometimes it was hesitant, and he was struggling endlessly. A moment later, he suddenly made up his mind and clenched his fists. A few days later, you will personally make a trip to Gantian Mountain. When you see that heir apparent, tell him that I, Su Jingyuan, am willing to serve under Juanshang. Cloud Saint City was also willing to be a subordinate of Gantian Mountain. Remember to be discreet. Lianqing's expression this time was filled with bitterness. He'd expected this to happen, but he still felt slightly uneasy and hesitant. He wanted to persuade her yet didn't know how to do so. I know you want to advise me to be cautious. That prince is the only hope I can see. As he spoke to this point, the scholarly middle-aged man's face was actually filled with a malevolent and cold expression. The corners of his mouth were also filled with a cold sneer. That person from the Lingyun sect definitely wouldn't have thought that. The prince that they rejected was actually a dual cultivator, his sword path one with the spirit, becoming a night wandering spirit master at 14 years old. It caused the Kenzo sect and Song Xingdao to crazily fight for him. Today, he actually has an unparalleled general talent. To serve under him. Who knows how angry those old fellows from Pill Spirit Mountain and Cloud Palace will be because of Liang Miaozi and their third-generation disciple Long Ruo. Ha ha. As he finished, he actually laughed maniacally. After a long while, he finally calmed down. As for Su Jingyuan, he gently stroked his arm that had been crippled not long ago. His eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. Lingyun sect, Meridian Yin-Yang technique, withering sword energy. Do you really think I don't know? I am useless, but in this world, there are people who can deal with you. I really look forward to the day when you and that prince go head-to-head. Lianqing's face was originally ashen white, but it slowly regained its usual calmness. He knew that his city lord had already made up his mind and couldn't be changed. Pretty much at the same time, east of Donglin Cloud Continent, 100 miles wide mountain city that pretty much covered the entire 10,000 feet tall mountain. The atmosphere was really suppressive. A full 50,000 monster race soldiers with different characteristics were lined up here, on a square that could be considered spacious. Their clothing was similar, their armor was the same silver-white color. However, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone had their hands on their weapons as they nervously and vigilantly scanned their surroundings. They looked at one another with animosity, like they were about to explode at any moment. At this moment, where these people's gazes met, within the white marble hall with the words Chongjing Hall hanging on it, there were tens of people sitting in the hall with different expressions. Some of them had ashen faces, some were sneering, some were confident, and some looked nervous. Hu Qianxiu sat on the first seat on the left, happily sizing up the people around. Sitting beside him was the left pillar general of Gantian Mountain City, Qiu Wei. His black hair was really sharp, but his bone structure was really thick. Similar to him, he was grade 8 Xuanwu. At this moment, his eyes were closed, like what was happening in the hall had nothing to do with him. Opposite him was the Wind Bear race leader Chai Yuan, as well as the I Wolf race leader Ling Feikong. The former's body was huge and muscular, 10 feet tall, but it gave one a nimble feeling. The latter was a middle-aged man around 30, red lips and white teeth, looking really handsome and elegant. The two of them didn't have many beast characteristics. The stronger the monster race, the more they could restrain their monster body, no different from normal humans. Hu Qianxiu could also do that, but he was lazy to care about how they looked. The third person on the left was the right pillar general Zhong Xiuan. His face was green. Opposite him was a bunch of Zhong family people. The great elder of the Zhong family, Zhong Ming, and the second elder, Zhong Hao. Behind these two stood two youths. They were Zhong Shi and Zhong Yang. Although their voices were really high in Gantian Mountain, and they had a chance to take over the position of Monster King, at this moment, they didn't even have a seat in the hall. Zhong Ming and Zhong Hao were the true direct descendants of the Sky Fox Zhong family, holding important positions in the family for generations. However, 10 years ago, Zhong Weiran suddenly rose up and snatched the position of race leader. Below them there were tens of people. They were all generals and officials within Gantian Mountain City, as well as 20 strong race leaders. At this moment, most of them didn't say a word, acting like it didn't concern them. The ones who were truly speaking were the tens of people at the back of the seat. The position of Monster King has been empty for close to 8 months. It's okay for a day or two, but for it to be empty for several months, what is the point? The sky can't be without a sun, a snake can't be without a head. Gantian Mountain has millions of troops, but in these few months, they can only turtle up and not come out. The reason why Blazing Flame Mountain and Yunxia Mountain are invading is because there is no one in the city. Looking at the talents of the Zhong family, only young Master Zhong Yang has the right to take over the position of Monster King. He is the direct descendant of the Zhong family and can be the ruler of Gantian Mountain. Gantian Mountain ruler? Your words, where does that place the Prince Zhong show? Young Master Zhong Yang is the direct descendant of the Zhong family, but his bloodline with the ruler is really thin. Even if the Prince Zhong show can't cultivate and can't take over the position of Monster King. In terms of bloodline, it should be the right pillar general. Before this person finished, someone coldly interrupted. Although the right pillar general is the brother of the ruler, he has the same father but a different mother, born of a bitch. Out of 10 times he led troops and lost 4 times. If it wasn't for him, the ruler would have wiped out Yunxia Mountain that year. How can such a person take over the position of Monster King? The position of Monster King not only depends on bloodline, but also on the future. Young Master Zhong Shi is the eldest grandson of the Zhong family direct descendant, reaching the Xiantian realm at 20, Earth Chakra 2 meridians, heroic and decisive. In this Gantian Mountain, who is more qualified than young Master Zhong Shi? When they heard the first few sentences, there was an uproar within the hall. The veins on Zhong Xiuan's body popped out, opening his eyes and looking at the person who spoke with killing intent. Then, he coldly looked towards Zhong Ming and Zhong Shi. Hu Qianxiu laughed, scoffing coldly. Earth Chakra 2 meridians? His improvement wasn't bad, but compared to the prince, he was still trash. A while ago, that kid from the mid-plains sent back news that the prince was at the Night Wandering Realm and had entered the Xiantian realm. He was a dual cultivator. When they met last time, he actually didn't notice it. Just as he was looking down on him, he heard Zhong Yuan suddenly open his mouth and laugh coldly. I am born of a bitch, then what are you? The so-called direct descendant of the Zhong family is just a bunch of leftovers. In the past, my brother was kind and let you all live. Who knew that a few years later, you would become a problem? An outsider dares to dream about the position of Monster King. Zhongshe raised his eyelids, but his expression didn't change. His lips curled up and he didn't retort. On the other hand, Zhongming shook his head slightly. Xiyuan's words are wrong. My son's talents are the top of the Zhong family in this generation. Even when the ruler was here, he praised him and went all out to develop him. Furthermore, nearly 70% of the Sky Fox Zhong clan members support Shi. In this Gantian mountain, no one is more qualified than him. 70%? I really don't know how brother calculated it. The one who spoke was Zhong Hao. He scoffed coldly, but based on what I know, the 10 fox races didn't express their views. Even within our Sky Fox race, close to 60% of people still support Zhongshe as the prince? Some bastard branches, why bother about them? Do you think you will care? Zhongming brushed his white beard and suddenly thought about something. He smiled. Oh right. What's the result of Zhong Yuan's matter? Could it be that the purple lightning spear really abandoned you? You raised him for close to 10 years, but in the end, he didn't mature and instead benefited others. Cousin, you should also reflect on yourself. Zhong Hao's expression instantly changed. Then, he burst out into a cold laugh. A person who betrayed his master, why mention him? It is actually a good thing that he wants to follow the Prince Zhongshe. However, I predict that he won't be able to improve for the rest of his life. Who knows how many years he can live? Chapter 224. While speaking, Zhong Hao glanced sideways at Hu Qianqiu and Qiu Wei who were sitting on the left. Not only him, but the other people in the hall were the same. They all knew that who the Monster King belonged to would depend on these two people. One was in charge of 600,000 Gantian mountain troops, having many disciples in the army and many trusted aides. He had many branches and branches. The other was the Iron Tiger race leader. Not only did he have 100,000 Iron Tiger race elites, but he also had the other races of the Tiger race who followed his lead. They were both experts only below Zhong Weiran in Gantian Mountain. Hence they were famous generals of Donglin who had never lost when they led troops to war. If the two of them didn't speak, even if the Monster King was decided by the people in the hall, there was still a chance of it being overturned. The sounds of argument in the hall continued. Chai Yuan was a little impatient, frowning. Hu Qianqiu, say something. You are clear about the situation of the prince. Even so, you still want him to take the throne? Hu Qianqiu laughed, calmly saying, So what if I am? This Gantian mountain belongs to the ruler. Now that the ruler is dead, naturally it can only be inherited by the prince. What Zhongshe and Zhongyang? Where did these trash come from? I don't recognize them, but they actually dare to fight with the prince. If they weren't from the ruler's race, I would have slapped them to death. Old Qiu, am I right? The moment he said those words, the entire hall was silent. Before this, everyone knew that Hu Qianqiu would personally send him to Zhongshe, maybe because he still supported the prince. However, this was the first time he did it so openly. Qiu Wei's eyes lit up, revealing a smile. That's right. You are right. Even if this Gantian mountain falls, it should be in the hands of the prince. If he isn't the ruler's son, then he should scram as far away as possible. What right does he have to succeed the Monster King position? Ling Feikong frowned, only feeling a huge headache. The current situation was undoubtedly the worst kind of situation. Looking around the hall, only to see that although the people seated were still silent. However, a large portion of them were smiling. It was obvious that he agreed with Qiu Wei's words. Ling Feikong wasn't surprised at all, sighing slightly. The two of you aren't helping the prince but harming him. In this chaotic world, the strong were respected. If the crown prince could not practice martial arts, how could he convince the masses? Even if we do our best to support him, what should we do if he wants to harm the crown prince? Hu Qianqiu snorted coldly. If one said that the strong were respected, then in this world, how many people would be able to defeat the Crown Prince in the future? The Xian Mountain City Lord who said that the strong were respected was said to have lost miserably and was almost beaten up by the Crown Prince. Following which Ling Feikong shook his head. Even if we don't talk about this, the prince won't be able to inherit the position of Gantian Mountain Lord. Saying some heart-wrenching words, Blazing Flame Mountain City and Yunxia Mountain City had already started to build cities at the entrance of Ruahai Mountain Range. The Cloud Ocean was also locked down by thousands of ships from West Ocean Taoyuan City. Who knows whether or not the prince could return to Gantian Mountain? Maybe Brother Qianqiu doesn't know, but not long ago I heard that the prince led 4,000 elite cavalry into Ruahai Strait. Isn't he asking to die? Even if he was lucky that Xiong Kuei and Feng Yu didn't kill him and let him go. Such a person doesn't have the right to inherit Gantian Mountain. Who knows whether or not the prince would be controlled as a puppet and whether or not he had any deals with Blazing Flame Mountain and Yunxia Mountain. As he said that, the few people sitting below, be it Zhong Shi, Zhong Yang, Zhong Ming, or Zhong Hao, all smiled. As for the others, some of them had thoughtful looks on their faces. Hu Qianqiu's face turned slightly green, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a few red shadows enter from outside the gate. His brows furrowed, grabbing one of the red swift birds in his palm. When he saw the slip of paper in the envelope, he couldn't help but be completely stunned. Following which he blinked his eyes in disbelief, only to see that the words on the paper still didn't change. Looking at the people in the hall, apart from Chiu Wei who was the same as him, they were all filled with disbelief, shock, and joy. The other few people who also received the message from the red swift bird were all green and white. The only thing that was similar was the disbelief in their eyes. At the start, they were unable to believe it. Killing 4 generals, using 3,000 cavalry to trample over 400,000 troops, that was a little too exaggerated. His first thought was that his dumb son was making up stories to fool him. That kid who thought he was smart was getting dumber and dumber. He didn't even know how to lie. When he returned, he would viciously beat him up. Only at this moment, looking at the expressions of the people in the hall, did he have some confidence in his heart. His son made a mistake, but he couldn't let the spies sent by the others make the same mistake. It was actually true. That Yunxia and Blazing Flame Mountain army of 400,000 really lost. They lost to the prince. Hu Qianqiu instantly felt an unsuppressible joy charge into his heart. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. His voice was really loud, causing the doors and windows in the hall to shake. Numerous dust and dust fell, even spreading outside of the hall. It caused the 50,000 Gantian mountain soldiers on the drill field to be shocked and confused. Within the hall, all the race leaders as well as the generals and officials who had the right to be present were also confused, looking at Hu Qianqiu who was laughing maniacally. Although they didn't know what had happened, from the complicated expressions of Zhong Ming, Zhong Hao and Ling Feikong, they knew that something had happened. And it was most probably something that was beneficial to the prince. That laughter continued for a long time until Chiu Wei frowned impatiently, kicking Hu Qianqiu who was beside him. Only then did the latter stop laughing. However, his lips were still wide open like he couldn't close them. He laughed as he stood up. A joyous matter! My Gantian Mountain has produced another unparalleled general talent. Just a few hours ago, Zhong Yuan led the 3,000 Xian Mountain City Iron Cavalry to crush the 50,000 Yunxia Mountain Iron Cavalry. He also broke 7 formations, killing 4 Xuanwu ancestors and killing the Yunxia Mountain Prince Feng Yu. Our Gantian Mountain Black Fox Iron Cavalry also rushed over and killed 45 Spirit Masters, capturing Blazing Flame Mountain Xiong Kuei. The 14 mined stone veins in Ruahai Mountain Range are safe. Before he finished, the entire hall was in an uproar. Outside of the hall, there was a large buzzing sound. Be it inside or outside the hall, there was an uproar, whispering to one another, discussing. Their expressions were either excited, depressed, or proud, etc. Zhong Yuan and Zhong Yang weren't able to see the news that the red swift bird brought. At this moment, their faces were ashen white as they looked towards Ling Feikong, Zhong Ming and Zhong Hao with a questioning gaze. Only to see the few of them had solemn expressions as they slightly nodded their heads. Especially that Zhong Hao whose face was devoid of blood. His body trembled slightly, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes suddenly filled with viciousness and regret. Hu Qianqiu squinted and sneaked a look at this person, scoffing to himself. He decided to add salt to the wound, continuing loudly, "There is one more thing that I need to let all of you know. Zhong Yuan, that fellow, not only killed 4 Xuanwu ancestors. He also comprehended the maniac lightning spear sense on the battlefield. I think in 1 to 2 years, Argantian Mountain City will have one more Xuanwu ancestor, an unparalleled general. I heard that after the battle, when this kid swore loyalty to the prince, he caused a heavenly sign, gathering lightning as proof." The hall that was originally slightly quietened down was instantly in an uproar. Pretty much everyone exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with shock. This Zhong Yuan actually followed the prince? That's not surprising. After all, the prince is the direct son of the ruler, the true heir of Argantian Mountain. Look at how Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang do things. Do they look like human rulers? Blood oath, heavenly sign. I heard that only people with the mandate of the heavens would do that. In these 10,000 years, there were only tens of cases. All of these people had achieved great things and created a beautiful story. To be able to get such an unparalleled general to work for him, doesn't that mean that the prince also has the mandate of the heavens? I only sigh at that Zhong Hao, spending so much effort to raise him up, working so hard for so many years. In the end, he was easily recruited by others. Such a talent actually benefited others. He even said that he estimated that Zhong Yuan's cultivation, that he wouldn't be able to improve in his life and would only live for a few years. What a slap to his face. Blood seeped out from Zhong Hao's mouth. That Zhong Yuan's sudden rise and sudden betrayal made him feel really bad. He also couldn't take the mocking gazes that shot over from all directions. The other 10 gazes filled with pity made the flames of rage burn in his chest. However, he couldn't do anything about it. In the end, he scoffed coldly, waving his sleeves with a green face as he walked out of the hall. A fierce glow appeared in his eyes, like a storm was gathering. Hu Qianqiu felt it but didn't care, scoffing in disdain. If Zhong Yuan could comprehend the maniac lightning spear sense, then his future cultivation wouldn't be too difficult. To break through to the Xuanwu realm in a year or 2 wasn't empty words. So what if this Zhong Hao was furious and annoyed? If an ascended ancestor didn't act with this person's ability, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhong Yuan. He smiled as he looked at the people in the hall. Ling Feikong's expression changed for a moment before calming down. He stood up. "Brother Hu, let's end today's meeting here? Everyone can leave." After saying that, without waiting for Hu Qianqiu to agree, he walked out of the hall. Along with this person leaving, Zhong Ming's face was green as he followed. Chai Yuan was in deep thought. After a long while, he stood up. Like he wanted to open his mouth to say something to Hu Qianqiu, but in the end, he stopped himself. He sighed, his expression solemn as he turned around and left. The hall instantly quietened down. A large half of the people were still sitting in the hall. Although their eyes were filled with joy, they didn't make a sound, all of them solemn and silent. Hu Qianqiu smiled as he looked at Zhong Xiuan. "Xiuan, forget about that Zhong Shi and Zhong Yang. Since they want to fight with the prince, then there's no way out. You are the prince's uncle and his highness treats you like a brother. Can you bear to see the position of Monster King fall into the hands of others?" Chapter 225. That Zhong Xiuan's face was filled with bitterness. Because I wasn't willing, I wanted to compete with them. However, now I have no choice. His eyes showed hesitation. Shou'er can do whatever he wants in Jiefu City, and also make Zhong Yuan such a great general to be loyal to him. He isn't as useless as others think. Maybe he can inherit brother's legacy. Let me consider this matter. As he said that, he lowered his head worriedly as he walked out. Hu Qianqiu smiled, not caring at all. He swept his gaze across the interior of the hall and was suddenly startled, only to see that Zhong Shi still hadn't left. Instead, he smiled coldly as he looked over, his lips moving like he was saying something. Hu Qianqiu took a close look, following which his eyes constricted. He could roughly tell that Zhong Shi's words seemed to be, "You force me." Within the Gantian Mountain City Lord's Hall, it was bustling with discussion. East Yunhai, on a small island covered in mist. Similarly, a red swift bird sped through the air. However, there were clusters of spirit inscriptions surrounding its body. Its gliding speed was 5 times faster than that of an ordinary red swift bird. When it landed, it was at the side of an extremely clear small lake. It stopped in the hands of a handsome teen in a navy blue Taoist robe. A moment later, the teen's face turned green, his right hand clenching and smashing the bird into pieces. Opposite him sat a person in a white robe. When he saw the situation, his brows furrowed. "Senior Brother Han, why are you so angry? What did this bird do wrong for you to kill it like that?" This person had a squarish face and a graceful aura. He was actually the 3rd-generation first seat of Lingyun's sect, Long Ruo. The handsome teen opposite him was slightly startled before he came back to his senses, revealing an apologetic expression. "Junior Brother Long, don't be angry, Nishui lost my composure. Just because of a mundane matter, I nearly lost my mind." When he looked at his hand, the apologetic expression was even more obvious. A moment of violence, and it reached such a state. Sighing softly, a few talismans floated out from Han Nishui's sleeves. They hung in midair, following which the runes on the talismans shone with a silver glow. Threads of thin threads spat out and wrapped around the corpse of the red swift bird. In Han Nishui's hand, a spiritual light shone. A moment later, only to see the broken pieces of flesh and blood retract bit by bit. Like time was reversing. The body of the red swift bird was swiftly recovering. In just a moment it opened its eyes. It was actually really nimble, flapping its wings and flying into the sky. Long Ruo looked on silently from start to finish until the red swift bird flew away. Only then did he smile. Senior Brother Han's great soul returning technique is really amazing. Flesh and bones to Regan, it is to snatch the heavens and earth. It isn't worth mentioning. I'm to say I to with this technique. I still need to use talismans to use with it. Reviving a bird, SAS with it too is as Han Nishui said that. His eyes were filled with a self-mocking expression. On the other hand, Junior Brother Long really makes me ashamed. I remember 4 years ago you were just at the initial return to Sun Realm. Now you are actually at the peak of the return to Sun Realm. In 2 years you will start to form your body, right? I am older than you by 10 years and started cultivating 20 years earlier than you. In the end, till today I am only at the first and second return to Sun Realm. Long Ruo smiled when he heard that, keeping silent and not replying. He couldn't reply to those words. His eyes turned, his heart moved as he looked carefully at the paper in Han Nishui's hand. Only to see that on the paper there were the words Zhong Shou. Thinking about it, Long Ruo opened his mouth. Senior Brother Han, if it is convenient, can you tell me about the matter that you are worrying about? Maybe Long Ruo can help you. Han Nishui's brows furrowed. This Long Ruo always knew his limits when he did things. Why was he so rash today to ask about personal matters? He originally didn't want to reply, but in the blink of an eye, he saw that Long Ruo's expression was solemn. After hesitating for a moment, he gave out a bitter laugh. It is okay to tell junior brother about this matter. Anyways, in a few days everyone will know about it. A few days ago, didn't your sect send an order for the sects of Donglin Cloud Continent to form an alliance and help each other to go against the calamity? My sect master's final choice was the Pill Fountain sect. He set up a marriage with the sect leader, using 5 ancient chill pills to exchange for a female disciple of the sect to become my dual cultivation partner. Long Ro was startled, thinking to himself that what did this have to do with Zhongsho? However, to pay 5 ancient chill pills, that female disciple of Pill Fountain sect must be really talented. Marriage alliance? That is a good thing. Did something happen? Something did happen. Has junior brother Long heard of Xianyuan Iran? Seeing a bright glow flash in Long Rua's eyes, it was obvious that he had heard about it. Han Nishui didn't introduce, frowning. This girl had a fiancé who is the Gantian Mountain Prince. Originally, Pill Fountain sect had promised that they could cancel this marriage. However, a few days ago, who knows what method that Zhongsho used. He actually made the Xianyuan City Lord open his mouth to make him the next City Lord of Xian Mountain City. He also personally set the marriage date. I won't hide it from junior brother. Just now I wasn't angry because my face was damaged. It was also because I liked that Xianyuan Iran and wanted to become a good partner. Long Rua's eyes were filled with understanding. However, there were still some things he didn't understand. There is no need to be angry. Your sect is ranked 3rd out of the 19 spiritual houses. That Zhongsho is the Gantian Mountain Prince. Although he has some identity, he is just a piece of trash who can't cultivate. Even if your sect doesn't personally act, there are many ways to get rid of him in the future. He said it so casually, like he was talking about something that couldn't be more casual. Junior brother, you don't know. Han Nishui looked at the letter in his hand. His tone was still bitter. Just now, my sect disciple reported to me that Zhongsho used 3,000 cavalry to crush 400,000 Yunxia and blazing flame troops at Ruahai Strait. His subordinate Zhongyuan is unparalleled in formation charging, using a 4-meridian martial ancestor body to kill several Xuanwu ancestors. He has the talent to be a top general. It was said that when he made the blood oath, he caused the weather to change. There is also Iran, who is the true top pill alchemist talent in Donglin Cloud Continent. A dual meridian body might be tough for others, but it definitely won't be tough for her. Along with the resources of Gantian Mountain, in 3 to 5 years she would be able to solve it. When he heard the first few sentences, Long Rua's expression changed slightly. Unparalleled in formation charging, using a 4-meridian martial ancestor body to kill several Xuanwu ancestors. Blood oath to heaven. That Zhongsho actually had such a talent under him? He felt slightly regretful in his heart, but he suppressed it, smiling slightly. If it is because of this matter, senior brother Han can relax. I also know about this Zhongsho. Not only does he have a dual meridian body, his soul is broken and he has barriers from heaven. The bloodline in his body, apart from the 7-tailed sky fox, also has the Lu family sky burning blood. However, he doesn't know how strong he is and wants to dual cultivate. It is okay if he doesn't cultivate, but if he continues to walk on the 2 paths, he will burn himself to death. Even if he passes this stage, he won't be able to break the barriers from heaven. There is actually such a thing? Han Nishui's expression relaxed, an undetectable cold smile flashed in his eyes. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he shook his head. Even if that is the case, it is still tough. Although Gantian Mountain doesn't have experts above the Ascended Realm, they have millions of troops and are connected to the fate of the Cloud Continent. Today, they also have unparalleled general talents protecting them. We might not be able to win on the path of war. Although my mysterious Cloud Spirit sect is strong, we might not be able to make that Zhongsho give in. As for those underhanded methods, Han Nishui isn't a righteous person. However, Unless we have no choice, we won't use them. A look of praise flashed across Long Rua's face. Senior Brother Han is really magnanimous. Thinking about it for a moment, it is okay. It is because Gantian Mountain is too strong that they have to be wrapped up in the Dragon Canyon matter. Even if there is one more Zongyuan, they are still in danger. If that Zong Shou doesn't take over the position of Monster King, then it is okay. If he really becomes the Monster King of Gantian Mountain, then he is not far from death. Even if that Zong Shou is lucky enough to survive, we still have a way. My Lingyun sect has some relationship with this kid, and maybe we can persuade him to give up on this marriage. Phoenixes are different from normal birds. The top pill path genius in Donglin Cloud Continent, a piece of trash who can't cultivate. Just thinking about it, one knows that it is impossible. I think that Zong Shou doesn't look like a fool who doesn't know his place. Han Nishui was instantly delighted, bowing deeply towards Long Rua. Then when the time comes, I will have to trouble Junior Brother Long. Senior Brother and I are on the same wavelength, and if I can help, naturally I won't sit on the sidelines. Moreover, for the Donglin sects to work together to face the calamity is the decree of my sect leader. This time the spiritual wave is rising, we should all be of the same breath and branch. Long Rua smiled, stretching out his hand to support him. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly he heard a bell ring from the distance. His brows furrowed as he looked towards where the bell came from. Only after it rang 3 times did he say in deep thought, "It should be that the seniors have already settled the matter." This time it actually took 2 days. It's really amazing. It isn't weird. Han Nishui stood up and looked into the distance. Junior Brother doesn't know that this time it is not only about the Dragon Gathering Mountain Martial Saint spot. It is also because of the huge drop in Beast Crystal and Mind Stone prices. I heard that Junior Brother has been in secluded meditation these few months. You probably don't know, right? 10 days ago, due to someone buying large amounts of low-grade pills, the sects and factions of the 5 continents and 12 islands all noticed the spiritual wave. Then they went all out to dump it. Now those beast crystals and mind stones were only 20% of the original price. The explosive drop in price still didn't stop. Speaking of which, this matter also had something to do with that Zong Shou. It was this person who took out hundreds of grade 7 beast crystals and bought them. It was said that this kid had already earned a lot, however. He knew how to restrain himself. In just a few days, he sold all the pills at market price to Taiyuan sect and Wujua Villa in exchange for the protection of these 2 sections. Unfortunately, this kid can't cultivate. If not, with his intelligence, his future achievements would be extraordinary. Long Rua's expression was instantly stunned. Why was it this Zong Shou again? Chapter 226. Within Ruahai Straits, within a large tent in the barrack, Zong Shou had a bitter face as he looked at the items in his hands. After a night of plundering, he only obtained 2 pill bottles as well as a few grade 6 beast crystals. Next, there were a few spiritual weapons placed at the side that were slightly more valuable. Just this little? Small heaven and earth bag? Didn't you all just return from Jefu City? Don't tell me you returned empty-handed? Forget about the others, there should be at least 8 or 10 of these earth energy pills, right? I heard Tan Tao say that Gantian Mountain and Xian Mountain City would purchase 10 to 20 earth energy pills from the Donglin sects to be used as offerings for Xuanwu ancestors. The small heaven and earth bag is something only hidden sects have. If your Gantian Mountain doesn't have it, then naturally our Blazing Flame Mountain doesn't have it? Xiong Kuei half knelt on the ground, his expression helpless. He looked at Zong Shou like he was looking at an idiot. As for Jefu City, who conned our Blazing Flame Mountain? Our Blazing Flame Mountain exchanged for less than 15 earth energy pills, and most of them had to be sent back. Even as the Prince of Blazing Flame Mountain, I can't be greedy. I only have 2, I'm not lying. Zhong Shou couldn't help but facepalm, only feeling that his little heart couldn't take it anymore. He originally thought that this time he would be able to get back some of his money. However, the truth was that apart from the 4 earth energy pills he got from Xiong Kuei and Feng Yu, he didn't have a single valuable item. The barracks that he had so much hope for only had 7 days of grain stored. Although it was enough for 400,000 people, its value couldn't be compared to 1 flame storm arrow. Next would be some stone and earth materials used to build the city. Alright. There were also millions of arrows, 20,000 sets of spare weapons and armor, as well as 200,000 grade 2 beast crystals. These were probably the only valuable items. Unfortunately, most of them couldn't be carried. They could only regretfully burn or just toss them away. This time it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they lost everything. Zhong Shou couldn't help but grit his teeth. This was why he had to get the Monster King position. If they didn't hold Gantian Mountain in their hands, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. As for the way he looked at Xiong Kuei, his gaze gradually became dangerous. He rubbed his chin and started to ponder. How about this, Zhong Yuan? Chop off one of his fingers and send it back to Raging Flame Mountain. Tell his father that I will only release him if he pays at least 20 grade 7 beast crystals as ransom. Xiong Kuei's face immediately turned pale. Seeing Zhong Yuan, who was standing behind Zhong Shou, suddenly took a step forward, he hastily waved his hand and said, "Hold on. It's just a finger. I Xiong Kuei don't care. However, according to the rules of my Flame Bear clan, as long as one has been captured by others, it is impossible for one to inherit the position of patriarch. With my father's personality, he probably wouldn't even pay a single grade 1 beast crystal. Even if you cut off my fingers, it would be useless." Zhong Shou was startled. He looked at Zhong Yuan and Ruoshui with a questioning gaze. The two of them slightly nodded their heads to show that what Xiong Kuei said was true. Zhong Shou instantly felt a chill in his heart. He was originally planning to extort a sum of money and then do something to Xiong Kuei's soul before releasing him, killing many birds with 1 stone. However, hearing what Xiong Kuei said, it seemed like he didn't even have half a grade 1 beast crystal. It was impossible for him to get it. His eyes couldn't help but turn even colder, shining uncertainly. He didn't have the small heaven and earth bag, he didn't have the earth energy pill, and he couldn't exchange for money. Then what was the point of this fellow living? Taking in a deep breath, Zhong Shou had a thought. Zhong Yuan, after that Feng Yu's head is made into a urinal, can it be sold for money? Don't lie to me. Zhong Yuan's face instantly twitched. However, his tone was still calm as he said, reporting to the prince, during these few years, many people in Gantian Mountain have died in the hands of Feng Yu, amongst which there were tens of them who came from large races. Their families were all rich. Naturally, there were many who had grievances with Xiong Kuei. Zhong Shou's eyes instantly lit up. Xiong Kuei's huge body, in his eyes, had become a shining golden urinal. At that time, it was best if people inlaid a few gems on it and made it into a piece of art. Most probably, he could sell it for a high price. When Xiong Kuei heard that, he wanted to cry but no tears came out. He originally wanted to prevent his head from being made into a drowning vessel, which was why he gave up his pride and chose to surrender. However, hearing Zhong Shou's tone, it seemed like he still couldn't avoid the fate of becoming a urinal. Thinking about how in the future other people's golden liquid was going to be poured into his head, he felt goosebumps all over his body. It was unbearable. Just as his heart was filled with despair, Xiong Kuei had an idea. His eyes rolled as he said decisively, "I, Xiong Kuei, can't take out the money. However, I know the defensive map and spiritual formation structure of Blazing Flame Mountain City." Only then did Zhong Shou retract his killing intent, smiling, "At least you know your place. However, if you want to exchange for this life, it is still not enough. Continue." Xiong Kuei heaved a sigh of relief. Since he had already opened his mouth, then he didn't hesitate anymore. Without any psychological burden, he said, I also know the defensive maps of all the cities under Blazing Flame Mountain as well as the strength of their troops. Even the grievances of the various races in Blazing Flame Mountain, who is my father's trusted aide, who wants to rebel, I can tell you all of that. Is the prince satisfied with all of this? Zhong Shou kept silent, not agreeing or disagreeing. After a long while, just as Xiong Kuei started to feel uneasy, he suddenly smiled. Defensive map of Blazing Flame Mountain City? It is tempting, but it is still too far away. Zhong Shou remembers that your Flame Xiong race has a heart technique passed down from generation to generation. What is it called? Emperor Flame Spiritual Technique. It is said that it has a huge secret and is related to the orthodoxy of an ancient monster emperor? Hearing the words monster emperor orthodoxy, that Zhong Yuan and Chu Shui were both shocked. Xiong Kuei's face instantly turned ashen white. This time, his expression was solemn and he didn't say a single word. The glow in his eyes slowly turned deathly silent. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted. Looking at the situation, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. He didn't care, waving his hand, Zhong Yuan and Shui, you all back off to the door. Zhong Yuan's brows couldn't help but furrow as he looked closely at Xiong Kuei. He didn't hesitate, retreating 100 feet out with Chu Shui. Following which Zhong Shou didn't speak, his eyes half closed like he was asleep. Xiong Kuei's breathing slowly became heavier and heavier. His arms suddenly clenched and then loosened. Even after a long while, he still didn't make any movement. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh. You don't dare? There won't be such a good chance in the future. If you can capture me and bring me back to Blazing Flame Mountain. Not only are you not at fault, but you are also rewarded. Are you so afraid? Zhong Yuan, back off another 100 feet. Zhong Yuan's brows furrowed. Just as he was about to back out of the tent, Xiong Kuei's body suddenly exploded. His body exploded out like beans exploding. The chakra meridians that should have been locked up were all shaken open. He was like a bowstring that was released after being suppressed to the extreme. He roared as he grabbed Zhong Shou. His body was shining with a flame. Seeing that Zhong Yuan and Chu Shui were hundreds of feet away, it was too late to save him. Joy flashed in Xiong Kuei's eyes. Success. Although he didn't know why this Zhong Shou was so dumb. He also didn't understand the many suspicious points within. He only knew that as long as he captured this Zhong Shou, he would be able to escape today. Who knows, he might even be able to wash away the humiliation and take down this Zhong Shou and Zhong Yuan's heads to play with. His hand was already inches away from Zhong Shou. Just as he was feeling excited, suddenly a smile appeared on Zhong Shou's face. Then, he casually stepped to the left and avoided it. It was actually at a blind spot that Xiong Kuei's hand couldn't reach. The sword light in his right hand flashed as it pierced through the dense energy. He viciously used the back of the sword to viciously smack the side of Xiong Kuei's arm. Xiong Kuei also felt a wave of numbness in his right hand. He felt as if he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Then, an extremely tricky chi force suddenly penetrated his body and spread out in all directions. He had to go all out to barely block the sudden cold and sudden heat, causing his body to go numb. However, at this moment, Xiong Kuei's eyes were filled with confusion. What he cared about in his heart wasn't the chaotic true chi in his body. What he cared about was the exquisite dodge of Zhong Shou, that totally unexpected sword. Only when he nearly charged out of the tent did he come back to his senses. His eyes instantly constricted into a needle shape. Not only did this Zhong show no martial arts, but his strength wasn't bad. He was actually at the Xiantian realm. His sword technique was exquisite. As expected, rumors couldn't be trusted. People only knew that purple lightning spear Zhong Yuan had lost all his spiritual energy and would disappear into the crowd. However, he suddenly exploded out, comprehending the maniac lightning spear sense and killing 4 Xuanwu ancestors. This Zhong Shou, the trash in the rumors, actually hid his strength so deeply. A 14-year-old Xiantian, he was known as one of the top talents of Blazing Flame Mountain. With the help of medicine, he only broke through to the Xiantian realm when he was 21. This Zhong Shou was only 14 and reached the Xiantian realm. Speaking of which, Zhong Yuan retreated because he knew that his master would be fine. However, he didn't have any intentions of retreating. The difference between the two of them was still 5 grade. His combat strength could be compared to Xuanwu ancestors, and he also had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. He didn't believe that he couldn't capture this Zhong Shou. This 14-year-old kid couldn't be more overpowered than Zhong Yuan. The moment such a thought rose up, just as Xiong Kuei was about to break out of the tent, he suddenly turned around. The flames around his body increased by several times. Then, they condensed and turned into a silver-white color. The aura around his body was even more domineering as it covered the entire tent. Xiong Kuei's body also became much faster at this moment. His entire body turned into an afterimage as he grabbed out with a palm toward the teen. The entire process was the same as before, trying to be as silent as possible. The corner of Zhong Shou's lips curled up. As expected, what Xiong Kuei trained in was the secret technique of the Flame Xiong race, the Emperor Flame spiritual art. In his last life, he only occasionally saw an incomplete version. The chant was lacking too much, and he was unable to understand some of the crucial parts. At this moment, through the energy that was injected into his body, he could feel how he used his true qi. Those parts that he couldn't fix were instantly clear. To be continued. Chapter 227. While deducing in his head, Zhong Shou stepped forwards once more. His entire body didn't retreat but instead advanced, facing the intense flame energy and fiercely thrusting his sword forward. When the sword was halfway through, a spiral sword energy formed from the entanglement of fire and water suddenly shot out from the sword. The sword light shone, easily piercing through the wind and directly stabbing towards that person's throat. Xiong Kuei's eyes squinted, instinctively wanting to slap the sword away. However, just as he waved his hand, his eyes constricted, filled with shock. It was just a simple sword stabbing over, at most it would have a negligible amplitude. However, at this moment, he only felt that no matter how he tried to block, he was unable to prevent the sword from stabbing into his throat. Pretty much instinctively, Xiong Kuei's body explosively retreated, his right hand still slashing out with a palm knife. Numerous silver-white flames spat out, turning into a several-foot-long flame whip, slashing towards Zhong Shou's waist. So that's the case, this is your Flaming Bear race's Emperor Flame spiritual art. As expected, it is extraordinary. Zhong Shou's eyes lit up, the sword in his hand still stabbing and shaking, viciously slapping onto Xiong Kuei's chin. Then, he casually slashed to the side, smashing that flame whip into pieces. There weren't any sparks on his body as he pointed at Xiong Kuei, smiling warmly. You finally took out some true ability. However, to capture me and escape, it is far from enough. Xiong Kuei's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth, causing blood to seep out from his gums. There was also an exploding spiral energy that charged into his chin. Fire and water swirled around, and he needed to go all out to get rid of it. At this moment, no matter how dumb he was, he knew that Zhong Shou was baiting him to attack. This Zhong Shou was not only strong as he thought, but his sword path was one with the spirit. If Zhong Shou wanted to kill him, then the two swords just now could have taken his life. At this moment, he had an urge to curse. If this Gantian mountain prince was really trash like the rumors said, then what was the relationship between him and Feng Yu? Dregs? He should have known that if someone like Zhong Yuan was willing to serve him, how could he really be a cripple? Zhong Shou's eyes were still half closed as he continued to sense the changes in his opponent's aura. Gradually, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He had a basic understanding of the principles behind the Imperial Flame spirit art. Of course, there were still many things that he didn't know. However, with his martial arts experience, it was enough to complete this puzzle. Just as he was thinking that since this person wasn't going to make a move, he might as well get rid of him once and for all. Xiong Kui roared once again and pounced like a tiger. His entire body was like a giant wall, pressing down horizontally. The viciousness in his eyes was almost tangible. Before this, he had used all his strength to suppress his aura so as not to alarm the people outside the tent. At this moment, he didn't care at all. This palm grabbed out, causing the temperature in the tent to rise by several times, and energy spread all around. The carpet and curtains started to spontaneously combust. The first one to feel that something wasn't right was Zhong Gang, who was standing outside the tent like a javelin. He was arranged by Zhong Shou to guard outside the tent. Zhong Yuan, that brat, could instead follow the prince in. Zhong Gang's brows were tightly furrowed, his heart filled with jealousy and unhappiness. At this moment, when he heard the tiger roar from within the tent, he charged in right away. When the situation in the distance jumped into his field of vision, Zhong Gang's eyes turned red, instinctively pouncing forwards. However, just as his body moved, an intense spear energy stabbed over from the side. It blocked off his forward momentum. Zhong Yuan, it's you. As expected, you have the ambition of a wolf. All of a sudden, Zhong Gang felt his heart clench. That's right, with Zhong Yuan's personality, how would he be willing to serve the prince? If Zhong Shou died in the hands of Xiong Kui, then this fellow naturally wouldn't be restricted by the blood oath. However, he felt that it wasn't right. Zhong Yuan's spear energy was just to block and didn't have any killing intent. Moreover, using such a method, even if he could break free from the blood oath, he would suffer huge losses. Before he had time to think, Zhong Gang pulled out his knife. He slashed apart the spear image that stabbed over. However, at this moment, he heard a crisp "paw" sound. Zhong Gang's body instantly froze. Oh my God, what did he see? Xiong Kui, who went all out to pounce towards Zhong Shou, was hit by a bright sword on his face. His entire person was smacked back dozens of feet. The owner of the long sword was Zhong Shou, who was supposed to be in danger. Originally, he didn't believe it, but a moment later, Xiong Kui had already pounced over. His aura was really fierce. His entire person was like a giant bear burning with silver-white flames. Those hands seemed like they could rip apart everything. However, just as he arrived in front of Zhong Shou, he was cleanly slashed away by Zhong Shou's sword. At this moment, the situation of the two people in front of him was totally flipped in Zhong Gang's heart. Xiong Kui, who should have been like a giant bear fighting a rabbit, had become a rabbit baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but didn't pose any threat at all. As for Zhong Shou, who should have no strength to fight back and should have closed his eyes and waited for death, he was now a lion teasing and playing with a red-eyed rabbit. Only after a short while did Zhong Gang come back to his senses. Then, he hollered out, "Everyone back off!" Within 3 breaths, all back off 5,000 feet. Whoever dares to peek, whoever dares to use their spiritual sense to probe, I will take their heads. Outside of the tent, the Black Fox cavalry, who were originally following behind, exchanged glances with one another. Although they found it weird, they still followed Zhong Gang's words, turning their backs and backing off 5,000 feet. At this moment, Zhong Gang took in a deep breath. Young master knows martial arts? If I didn't see wrongly, young master he. Looking forward, Zhong Gang's eyes shone, not daring to be sure. His sword path is one with the spirit. The prince's sword path is indeed 100 times better than ours. Zhong Yuan nodded slightly and then said expressionlessly, "However, The prince mainly cultivates in spiritual cultivation and is now a night-wandering spirit master. Zhong Gang's heart constricted once more. However, this stab was different from the fear before. It brought about unspeakable joy. When he heard the words night-wandering spirit master, he instinctively didn't believe it. However, he noticed that each step Zhong Shou took was borrowing the spiritual energy around. This was why he didn't fear the white flames. His body was buffed by several spells, and he also had several spiritual artifacts of high grade. To be able to go head-to-head with Xiong Kuei and not be at a disadvantage. His eyes opened wide as he looked at the side at Ruoshui, who was quietly kneeling like an invisible person. Just as his eyes showed a questioning intent, he saw Ruoshui look over, her eyes extremely pure. "I said that young master is strong, don't worry." Zhong Gang was instantly speechless. Those few simple sentences counted as speaking to him? On the side of Zhong Shou, he slashed Xiong Kuei a few times. He seemed to feel impatient, shaking his head non-stop. "What a waste! Your cultivation has only reached the 6th meridian martial ancestor realm. This Emperor Flame's spiritual art is far from perfect. Zhong Yuan, pass me your spear." Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate to toss the purple lightning spear in his hand far away. Zhong Shou caught it in his hand and took a look. He saw that the energy-gathering pearl on the spear was still there, but the spiritual formation on it was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Shou didn't care, holding the end of the spear and pointing it straight ahead. "Although you have comprehended that maniac lightning spear sense well, you can only borrow strength to form it and not grasp the foundations. Today I will use it once more, look carefully." When he said that, the purple spear was surrounded by an eye-catching purple light. Numerous lightning snakes formed in the air, gathering at the tip of the spear from all directions. Zhong Yuan was startled. His eyes instantly filled with joy as he looked carefully. As for Xiong Kuei, he had a totally different feeling. He only felt that the lightning glow that Zhong Shou gathered was less than 1/10 of the maniac lightning spear sense that Zhong Yuan used before. However, it was more condensed, completely absorbed into his body and the spear blade. The aura he gave off was even more dangerous. In the next instance, he saw the spear tip shake slightly, following which the entire sky was filled with purple spear afterimages. In that instance, who knows how many times it stabbed out. He only knew that it was like many lethal spear shadows crazily piercing over. Xiong Kuei hollered out, not daring to take it head-on, using all his strength to explosively retreat. The purple spear blade in front of his eyes suddenly appeared and disappeared, suddenly real and suddenly illusionary, covering the sky and covering the sun. His arms waved about unpredictably, trying to block. However, he was unable to come into contact with the spear body. He only felt that his body was pierced by the purple spear shadow, spear after spear. Who knows how many holes were pierced on his body. When the sky full of blade glows finally retracted, Zhong Shou was still standing 100 feet away. He was frowning like he was thinking about something. Xiong Kuei suddenly lost all his strength, kneeling on the ground powerlessly. Lowering his head to look at his body, there were hundreds of bloody holes. Luckily, this Zhong Shou seemed to have held back some strength and showed mercy. The wounds weren't deep and didn't truly hurt his vital organs. Even then, these hundreds of wounds left him on the verge of death. Zhong Yuan's eyes were filled with a bright glow. However, he wasn't focused like he was fully focused on recalling and thinking. The image of the spear striking out like a flood was enough for him to remember for the rest of his life. This was the true maniac lightning spear sense. Zhong Gang was silent, looking at Zhong Shou like he didn't know him. Just now, even he couldn't count how many spears Zhong Shou had shot out. If he didn't know that the person in front of him was the bloodline of the ruler, and that his soul was extremely pure, without any signs of harmony, he wouldn't have thought that the spear in front of him was the ruler's bloodline. He pretty much thought that Lin Fan was impersonating him or taking over his body. Zhong Shou was confused for a moment before he came back to his senses. He casually tossed the spear in his hand back to Zhong Yuan before entering deep thought once more. He had an idea of his own strength. His spear technique shouldn't be so strong. It definitely shouldn't be so strong that Xiong Kuei couldn't even block one spear. Just now, when he struck out with his spear, he felt as if his true qi and spiritual energy were in perfect harmony at that moment. Chapter 228. That spear just now seemed to be spirit and martial arts merging into one? Zhong Shou squinted his eyes and thought back to the feeling just now. No, it was still far from that. Not long ago, he used the lightning magnetic force to push the spear and also used all his strength to stimulate his true qi muscles. A total of 234 spears. If it was true spirit and martial arts merging into one, then 1,000 spears wouldn't be a problem. His strength wasn't something that he could control now. At that time, his strength wouldn't be any weaker than those peak Xuanwu ancestors who were 9 meridians of the earth chakra level. Everything within a few thousand feet would turn into dust and sand. However, this soul power and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth didn't conflict with the internal energy and vital energy in his body. Moreover, compared to a few days ago, they were much closer. A simple explanation would be that in the past, his soul power and true qi were 1 + 1 is equal to 1. 5. Now, 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Naturally, his strength had greatly increased. If this went on, he might have some hope of merging spirit and martial arts. He imagined in his heart that his strength would increase explosively, and then he would become the overlord of Donglin Cloud Continent. Zhong Shou gave out a self-mocking laugh. It wasn't hard to coordinate soul power and true qi. Roughly when he broke through to the Heaven Meridian realm, he could slowly do it. However, to merge the two, even those celestial realm experts were a few streets away from it. Even among the Saint realm, there were very few who could do it. As for himself, forget about the martial path. His spirit master foundations were actually really shallow. He didn't need to fantasize about it and couldn't force it. Zhong Shou gathered strength in his palm and a ball of flame suddenly spat out. It was actually a silver-white flame. Compared to the silver flame on Xiong Kuei's body, apart from the color being slightly lighter and having some spiral energy characteristics, it was no different. Xiong Kuei, who was half kneeling on the ground, opened his eyes wide. This is the Emperor Flame's spiritual art. Where did you learn it from? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought about something. Xiong Kuei's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Zhong Shou. His tone was one word at a time, filled with difficulty. Was it just now? You only exchanged blows with me 6 times? At this moment, not only Xiong Kuei, but even the other people around were startled. After exchanging blows for a short while, he was able to deduce the crux of a top-grade secret technique. Even an expert of the immortal martial realm wouldn't be able to do that, right? This level of talent was simply inhuman. Zhong Gang and Zhong Yuan had always been curious as to how Zhong Shou could possess such terrifying sword technique. Deep Z also seemed to have some attainments in spear technique. At this moment, they all revealed looks of realization. To be able to deduce an almost complete top-notch secret martial art within a few dozen breaths. If such a person were to study the way of the sword, it would not be unacceptable for him to reach such a level within a few years of practicing martial arts. Zhong Shou was completely unaware of everyone's astonished gazes, and continued to study wholeheartedly. Only after an hour did he retract the silver flame in his hand. He was still deep in thought. The reason why he wanted to learn this technique from Xiong Kuei was mainly because of himself and Iran. The Imperial Flame Spirit Art was passed down from the ancient Cloud Desolate era and was one of the strongest fire attribute technique. Not only was it useful for him to perfect the world-shocking spiritual art, it could also help him perfect Xianyuan Iran's cultivation method. As for this secret technique being related to the legacy of the ancient monster emperor, he didn't think much about it. In the future, in the library, he didn't see much detailed information about this. He only knew that in the end, Blazing Flame Mountain did produce a strong person. It was said that he inherited the legacy of an ancient monster emperor. Not only was his martial strength strong, but he also built an elite cavalry that could compare to the Blood Cloud cavalry. There were only 2,000 of them, but they were invincible for a period of time. During the spiritual wave era they were really strong. They once suppressed Donglin Cloud Continent, causing many sects to back off, occupying 20-odd provinces of land. However, although this person rose up quickly, he also fell really quickly. In a short 6 years he fell. Lingyun's sect, who had recovered a portion of their strength, gathered the experts of Donglin to surround and kill him. The one who died was really heroic. That person shouldn't be this Xiong Kuei in front of him, right? Zhong Shou came back to his senses and looked carefully at this Blazing Flame Mountain prince whose body was dyed in blood. Following which he shook his head slightly. Legend had it that when the Blazing Flame Mountain Monster King died, he suffered 149 punches, 221 swords, and there were also numerous spear wounds and knife wounds. When he was about to die, he still went all out to kill. After dying together with 2 ascended ancestors, he died laughing out loud. The image of this Xiong Kuei in front of him was correct. However, his aura didn't seem like it. There was no way this fellow could be so bold. When he read the biography of this person, he was really impressed. No matter what, he was unable to link this Xiong Kuei with that person. Breaking out into a laugh, only then did Zhong Shou notice the shocked gazes of the people around. He was first startled, and moments later he comprehended something. He couldn't help but frown. He didn't know how to explain this matter. Did he have to tell these few people that he had already seen this Imperial Flame Spirit art book in his last life, and it included half of the contents? Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't a bad thing. Zhong Shou acted like he didn't know, keeping the sword in his hand. He still looked at Xiong Kuei with deep meaning. Since the matter is done, we can leave. As for this fellow, let people treat his injuries. If he doesn't die, let him take out the city defense map and follow. After saying that, he walked in the direction of the carriages in the distance. Chu Shui was stunned. Moments later she hurriedly chased up, saying weirdly, "Young master, are we really not going to care about him? It's good that this Xiong Kuei didn't run. Why would he follow? He isn't a fool?" Zhong Shou smiled, asking Zhong Gang, who was at the side, if uncle was this Xiong Kuei, would he follow? Zhong Gang didn't hesitate to shake his head. No. His gaze was really complicated as he stared deeply at Zhong Shou, sizing him up. He felt both happy and unfamiliar. In that instance, it was like a ruler had returned. He remembered that in the past, when his brother Weiran asked him questions, he would use such a tone. Gentle but didn't lose his majesty, calm but filled with confidence. He was also decisive when killing. After being distracted for a moment, Zhong Gang retracted all his thoughts, explaining, "The city defense map that this person revealed is just a small matter. However, this Emperor Flame spiritual art isn't small. If that person from Blazing Flame Mountain knows, even if Xiong Kuei is his son, he will go all out to kill him. Apart from following us to Gantian Mountain, Xiong Kuei has no other way out." When he said that, even he didn't notice. Even when he didn't notice, his tone was filled with respect, like when Zhong Weiran was still alive. So for such a person, even if we let him escape, it is okay. Zhong Shou smiled, using his finger to flick Chu Shui's brow. Following which he asked casually, "Oh right. Uncle Gang has been to Oblivion Cloud Ocean, so do you know if my father is dead or alive? What is the situation over there?" Zhong Gang's body paused, suddenly feeling ashamed, suddenly filled with hatred. A moment later he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I am useless. I have been in the Oblivion Cloud Ocean for many months and still don't know if the ruler is dead or alive. I only know that there are a few ascended ancestors waiting nearby. I had snuck in, but just as I reached the outer regions, I was forced to retreat. After hesitating slightly, Zhong Gang pulled open the sleeve of his left arm. A small half of the muscles on his arm had rotted. It was already healing, but the greenish-purple color and the thick blood was still a ghastly sight. Zhong Gang smiled bitterly. This is just the outer regions. A grade 6 blood scorpion injured me. I heard that not only are there many poisonous creatures, but there are also numerous grade 7 and 8 beasts. With my estimation, the ruler is most probably dead. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed before he calmed down. This Zhong Gang really came to Oblivion Cloud Ocean and didn't just search the outer regions. He was really loyal to Zhong Weiran. However, this person didn't bother about Zhong Weiran's 20,000 personal troops, instead leading 1,000 Black Fox Iron Cavalry to Oblivion Cloud Ocean. One could see that he wasn't a talent. A person who could only be a general and not a commander. This was the type of person. If it wasn't for the ruler that Zhong Weiran left being roped in, the Zhong Shou in the last life might have had a chance of survival. In this Rawhide Straits, Zhong Shou only allowed his 5,000 cavalry to rest for a night before they set off once more. However, different from when they came a day ago, the Xian Mountain armored cavalry were filled with high morale and high spirit. Occasionally when they looked at Zhong Shou's carriage, their gazes were much gentler and filled with respect. It wasn't because of the huge victory yesterday, but because Zhong Shou ordered people to search for the corpses of those who died in battle and personally buried them. He also ordered people to carve a stone stele to mark it. At that time, when they bowed in front of the stone stele, half of their grievances were removed. As for the remaining people, they were all rewarded with beast crystals and mind stones. Not only was it fair, but it was also exceptionally generous. Anyone who participated in the charge of the formation was given a heavy bag of beast crystals as well as pills that they snatched. Even at the back, those who protected the carriage formation were also given a lot of reward. Especially those who died in battle, their families were guaranteed a few generations of food and clothing. Even those 1,000 Black Fox Iron Cavalry were also rewarded for killing tens of Spirit Masters and 8,000 elite soldiers. Even if their prince didn't know martial arts or spells, at least he was generous and knew how to care for his soldiers. However, what they didn't know was that Zhong Shou was staring at his money bag in a daze. Only when the carriage left Rawhide Straits did he sigh and shift his gaze away. Actually, as compared to those energy-destroying spirit upheaval talismans, the compensation and rewards weren't much. Although his heart hurt, it wasn't worth it for him to do that. What Zhong Shou was worried about now was the future. At that time, all the heroes would rise up and there would be wars every year in Donglin Cloud Continent. The various cities and sects would have endless conflict. If each time it was such a loss of blood, what would happen? Chapter 229. Outside of Rawhide Straits, there were many scattered troops of Yunxia Mountain scattered on the plains and roads. However, Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother about them. The 5,000 cavalry that followed didn't bother about them either. Each of them had 3 horses, protecting the hundreds of carriages as they continued to gallop towards Gantian Mountain. The only change was that Zhong Gang took over command. He had been through many battles and was also Zhong Weiran's personal general. The food and lodging arrangements along the way as well as the arrangement of formations were much better than Tan Tao's. They protected Zhong Yuan tightly. Zhong Yuan once again hid in a cloud-crossing carriage. He took 2 earth energy pills as well as the 2 lightning attribute spiritual veins that Zhong Shou captured to try to break through in these few days. As for Xiong Kuei, he followed. Who knows where he found a few Windrider foals? Unexpectedly, his expression didn't change at all as he gracefully followed the convoy, eating and drinking as if he was an honored guest. He was totally unable to tell that before this he was beaten up by Zhong Shou. Even Chu Shui and Hu Zhongyuan admired how shameless this person was. Zhong Shou also spent the entire day in the carriage. Apart from occasionally stopping to set up camp to rest, he pretty much didn't show his face. For 2 consecutive days, he stayed in the carriage, going all out to study the Emperor Flame's spiritual art. Not only did he perfect it, but he also merged the core essence into his world-shocking spiritual art. Unfortunately, there were too few things that he could learn from. On the morning of the 3rd day, Zhong Shou felt a neither strong nor weak spiritual energy fluctuation from the carriage behind him. Without needing to look, he knew that it was Zhong Yuan who had broken through and merged with the 5th spiritual vein. Zhong Shou couldn't help but laugh awkwardly while praising the effects of the earth energy pill. As expected, it was really amazing. At the same time, he sighed for himself. Actually, the lightning phoenix essence in his body was far better than the earth energy pill. His body constitution was already comparable to some of the weaker martial arts grandmasters after being tempered in the pool. Compared to Zhong Yuan, his attainments in martial arts were countless times better. However, because of the world-shocking spiritual art and the spiral energy, he was unable to complete the earth chakra level content. He could only be stuck at the early Khanate meridian stage, unable to move. They could only watch as Zhong Yuan's cultivation soared. Even Chu Shui and his 2 spiritual beasts, with the help of the earth energy pill, would probably only need a few days to catch up to him. After this day, Zhong Shou decided to temporarily put aside the matter of perfecting the world-shocking spirit art. Turning around, he picked up the Spirit Master's secret manuals he got from Xian Mountain City and started to comprehend them. He actually had some gains. With Shurdan, a return to Sun Realm Spirit Master, by his side, he could ask for advice at any time. Many of his questions were answered and he also learned some tricks. Even though there were still some reservations in his words. When Zhong Shou cultivated soul power and formed the true spiritual charms, he was still 30% faster than before. Feeling excited, Zhong Shou started to draw talismans. Actually, when he was in Jiefu City, he had bought many talismans and they were all top quality. This time, just the spirit masters that he had personally killed numbered 40, and they were all at the Night Wandering Realm. The talismans that he obtained could be said to be an ocean amount, greatly filling up his inventory. However, based on what Shurdan taught him, when a spirit master drew talismans, not only could they deepen their understanding of the laws and the heavens, it was also a cultivation method. It was a form of cultivation in itself, and it was very beneficial for condensing true talismans. Even if the true spiritual talisman was formed, after each successful talisman drawing, it could make it stronger and thicker, causing these spiritual charms to become clearer in the soul ocean. Not only could it shorten the time needed to cast spells, but it could also increase one's sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even if one was a sword cultivator, this was also a cultivation method that couldn't be lacking. At first, Zhong Shou didn't fully believe it, but after a day of drawing talismans, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. As expected, the secret techniques of spirit masters were passed down from generation to generation, and they were really tight. Such a shallow trick, even in the future where information was so advanced, there weren't any records of this. If he wasn't a Talisman Path Grandmaster, he would have had an unstable foundation at the first step of a spirit master's cultivation. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and make up for what he had missed. Starting from the first lightning word talisman, then water, fire, gold. Every morning, each word would be drawn with a full 100 of the same element spells. The grade also went from low to high. When Zhong Shou started to craft grade 4 talismans, he felt that his soul ocean whirlpool was showing signs of expanding once more. His connection with the god talisman seeds outside of the whirlpool was getting tighter and tighter. He suddenly comprehended and knew that he only needed to draw grade 5 talismans. Most probably, he would be able to totally merge with these god talisman seed. Not only would his soul power greatly increase, but he would also be able to use a portion of grade 7 and above god talisman spells. With such a bright future, Zhong Shou was naturally fully focused. Drawing talismans every day was the most boring. At the start, there was Chu Shui and Ruo Shui accompanying him to chat with the two of them. That exquisite technique also gave Shi Dan a violent shock. However, as time went on, not only did Chu Shui run away early in the morning, but Ruo Shui also pretended to sleep. Even Shi Dan lost interest and stopped looking on. Since Zhong Shou was bored, he decided to find some fun for himself. Every day, apart from drawing talismans, he would draw tens of luck talismans. Then, he would let Ruo Shui silently stick onto Xiong Kuei's body. Then, from time to time, he would observe this person's movements for fun, soothing his mind. His current soul power was close to 100 times stronger than when he was at the bottom of Pill Spirit Mountain. The luck talismans that he drew were naturally much stronger. Not only did the time last, but it was also much longer. Even the effects seemed to have increased by a lot. In a full 2 days, Xiong Kuei had made a huge mistake over 10 times. Not only were the 3 Windrider foals all damaged, unable to ride and gallop in a short time, but he himself was also dizzy from the fall. With his close to Xuanwu ancestor cultivation, he could easily avoid it. However, each time he tried to jump up or dodge, there were all sorts of accidents that happened. There were even 2 times where it was so dangerous that he nearly lost his life. However, maybe because he wasn't in a busy city and was in the wilderness, or maybe because his luck was too bad, Xiong Kuei only picked up a few bags at the start. Who knows whether or not it was left by the defeated Yunxia and Blazing Flame City soldiers, but his gains were not small. On the 5th day, he totally missed the escape route of those defeated soldiers and generals, so he didn't gain any more gold. However, along the way, he found many wild spiritual herbs and ores. There was once when he fell from the horse, he actually knocked out a pile of grade 3 mined stone ores. Even his own martial path had 2 comprehensions, improving by a lot. This caused Xiong Kuei to be surprised. His eyes were filled with a fierce glow as he stared at the 2 cloud-crossing carriages that Zhong Shou sat in. However, in the end, he sighed. Who knows if it was because he recalled the storm-like spear attacks that day, but after a moment of fear appeared on his face, he retracted his gaze. At the start, Zhong Shou still had the mood of testing and playing around. However, after the 6th day, his expression slowly turned serious. Each time he drew that luck word god talisman, he paid more and more attention. Every day, he took out a large portion of his time to focus on observing Xiong Kuei. However, after these few days, not only did Xiong Kuei feel that something wasn't right, but he also became more careful. From morning till night, he was nervous and on guard. Even Chu Shui slowly noticed that something wasn't right. She asked around from Ruo Shui and recalled the situation when she was in Xiayuan City. It was similar to the current Xiong Kuei. She instantly saw through Zhong Shou's evil actions, following which she was naturally filled with killing intent as she found Zhong Shou who was drawing the talisman. "Young master, that day in Xiaoyuan City, you did something good, right?" Zhong Shou was startled. Then, he held the brush in one hand and continued to act like he was drawing on the talisman paper. He was thinking to himself that this little kitten was able to notice so quickly this time. Did she really become smart? He couldn't help but raise his eyes, only to see 2 balls of flames burning in Chushua's eyes. Zhong Shou's heart instantly thumped, and even the hand holding the brush trembled slightly. That perfectly straight vertical line actually slanted to the side a great distance away. He could only helplessly crush this broken talisman paper into a ball and toss it out of the window. He acted like he didn't understand. What good thing? What happened in Xiaoyuan City that day? Shui, why can't I understand what you are saying? Chu Shui scoffed, flipping her palm and sending an unused luck talisman to Zhongshou. Her tone was firm. You still want to deny it. Do you see this? This is evidence. I got it from Sister Ruoshui. I remember that young master you drew the same talisman, right? If it wasn't for you, how would Shui fall for no reason? Zhong Shoxin grumbled in his heart, glancing at Ruoshui, who was lying on the soft bed. He saw that the latter was lazily lying on her side, like she had already fallen asleep. Only her eyelids trembled slightly, opening a slit as she peeked over. However, when Zhongshou looked over, she hurriedly closed her eyes. Her breathing was even like she had really fallen asleep. Zhongshou couldn't help but have a headache, deciding to continue denying it, shaking his head. Shui, don't malign me, what kind of evidence is this? Just because I wanted Ruoshui to stick it on Xiong Kuei's body? As for the talisman I drew that day, I have long lost it. Shui, you accidentally fell, you can't blame it on others. Your young master doesn't have such ability. Chu Shui bit her lips with her pearly white teeth, directly interrupting. I have counted, Xiong Kuei fell off the horse 14 times in these 3 days. 1 time he injured his bones and tendons while training, 3 times he choked to death when drinking water. He picked up 60 grade 4 beast crystals, 25 grade 3 mind stones, 2 grade 2 spiritual artifacts and 30-odd spiritual herbs. When I was in Xiaoyuan City it was the same, falling 4 times and picking up 11,000 silver and 2 night pearls. I was smashed by a potted plant in exchange for 1,000-year lightning apricot seed. Chapter 230. After sitting cross-legged, Zhongshou didn't bother about his monster body anymore. He picked up the Emperor Flame's spiritual art that he had given up on and started to study it. Numerous thoughts flashed across his mind. Lines of incantations and diagrams appeared in his mind. Actually, a few days ago it was the same. He was filled with inspiration, but he was unable to find a breakthrough point. He merged this fire element cultivation method into his world-shocking spiritual art. When he started to deduce once more, it was the same situation. Like there was a layer that he was unable to break through. He closed his eyes and thought for a full 8 minutes, but he still had no idea. In the end, Zhongshou could only helplessly stop. It seemed like he was unable to enter a state of comprehension like Xiong Kuei. It seemed like the luck brought by the luck talisman wasn't that useful. Luckily, he didn't have much hope in his heart. Naturally, he didn't feel any regret. As a matter of fact, he was already gratified that nothing bad had happened during this short period of time he had been meditating. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Chu Shui was cleaning up the messy carriage. She took a cloth and tried to wipe off the spiritual ink juice that had fallen onto the carpet. Her upper body was low, her butt was high, her shirt tightly wrapped around her, showing off the perfect shape of her butt. Maybe because recently Chu Shui's body was quickly growing taller, her dress was a little tight. Even the gully at her lower body was pretty much fully revealed. Zhongshou's eyes lit up as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He viciously stared at it, carefully memorizing the shape. Then, he acted like a gentleman and turned his head away. Just as he was thinking that this little lass was simply bewitching, he suddenly felt a surge of energy within his body. That fire and water spiral true energy started to riot once more. Luckily, this time Zhongshou was prepared and went all out to suppress it right away. Sitting on the bed, with Ruoshui protecting him, nothing unexpected happened. Just as the true qi in his body was calmed down by him, Zhongshou suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as his eyes emitted a brilliant glow. Then, his pupils gradually lost their focus and his gaze flickered. In his mind, he was frantically calculating. All the techniques related to water, fire, and lightning that were buried in his memories were extracted one after another. It filled the gaps in the world-shocking spirit art and the imperial flame spirit art. Spiritual energy was also surging around his body. In particular, the water and fire spirits were the most active. One could faintly see purple lightning flashing in the surroundings. After a short while, Zhong Shou's face lit up with joy. He had actually made a breakthrough. This momentary epiphany was enough to save him several months of comprehension. The second and third levels of the earth wheel level of the world-shocking spiritual art were rapidly being perfected. Not only was he full of vigor, but his thoughts were also terrifyingly clear. It was as if a search engine had been installed in the tens of thousands of martial arts manuals that he had memorized in the past. The essence of the words and martial arts techniques were all easily grasped without any effort at all. At this rate, he might only need a day's time to perfect more than half of the earth chakra cultivation method. He was filled with joy in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it, using his calmest state to deduce these two cultivation methods. Just as he was about to reach the fourth level, Zhong Shou's right eyelid twitched once more, as he had a really bad premonition. In the next moment, he felt the entire carriage beneath his feet suddenly stop with a loud rumble. It was as if it had collided with something, causing the entire carriage to fly up. What made Zhong Shou speechless was that the tables and paperweights that had just been placed in front of him were all sent flying by a huge force. Without exception, they all smashed towards the direction where Zhong Shou was sitting. At this moment, Zhong Shou wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Once wasn't enough. Why was it happening again? Was this really retribution? As expected, the true qi in his body went berserk once more, and he was unable to move. In the next moment, Ruoshui acted. A thin and long soft sword instantly appeared in front of him, forming a heavy sword veil. Everything in front of him was cut into pieces. However, at this moment, not only was Zhong Shou unable to calm down, but that bad feeling was getting thicker and thicker. This time it took even longer, a full half a cup of tea's time before the carriage totally stopped. He originally thought that they were attacked, but after it calmed down, he realized that the spiritual formation within the carriage had temporarily gone out of control. It took a long time before it was repaired. At this moment, Zhong Shou was totally powerless as he laid on the soft couch. His body had a few more red and swollen areas, and the clothes on his body were all tattered. He looked really tragic. If one looked carefully, one could notice that there were tens of shallow sword wounds on his chest and abdomen. Although the wounds were shallow, one or two of them could cause heavy injuries if one wasn't careful. This time, the one whose face was filled with shame was Ruoshui. She knelt at the side, looking at Zhong Shou with an innocent and apologetic gaze. However, her eyes were filled with uncontrollable laughter. Chu Shui on the side couldn't help but giggle. Zhong Shoxin was furious. If it wasn't for him being exhausted, he would have grabbed the two of them and viciously smacked their butts. However, when his body slightly recovered some energy, he sat up straight. The moment he sat up again, a ball of spiral energy came out from his palm. It was still fire and water spinning, but it was more balanced, and those purple lightning bolts were like a bridge, tightly connecting them. Zhong Shou couldn't help but smile. This time he didn't just deduce the second and third layer of the earth chakra cultivation method. He also perfected the front portion. The same amount of true qi, but power was obviously 20% stronger. If nothing went wrong, he just needed a few more months to try to merge with two more spiritual veins and enter the second meridian realm. Even the third meridian would be within 3 to 4 months. This time, although he was in a bad state, his face swollen and bruised. However, his gains were not bad and it should be worth it. If he could have such comprehension every time, he wouldn't mind doing it a few more times. The only thing that wasn't good was that along with the world-shocking spiritual art and the Emperor Flame's spiritual art being perfected, at the same time, his fire-attributed bloodline started to show signs of awakening again, making him feel uneasy. Zhong Shou smiled in satisfaction, shattering the ball of energy in his hand. He estimated that the time was up and that the luck talisman had lost its effect. He stood up and looked out of the window, only to see that Xiong Kuei was covered in wounds, in an even worse state than him. Only then did he smile in satisfaction. He was slightly happy. Although he was unlucky, there were people who were even more unlucky than him. However, when the horse under Xiong Kuei lost its footing once more and fell to the ground, Zhong Shou was startled, not gloating at all. Something isn't right. My spiral energy is still okay. That world-shocking spiritual art has many flaws and is originally really unstable. However, what Xiong Kuei trained in is the Emperor Flame spiritual art, the legacy cultivation method left by the ancient monster emperor. It was created by a martial saint-level expert, so how could it lose control so easily? Actually, be it the table, chair or the soft sword that Ruoshui retracted in time, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. Just the energy on the surface of his body would be able to block it. At this moment, he was cultivating external cultivation. Under spiritual weapons, they wouldn't be able to pierce through his skin. However, just now, not only did the true qi in his body go out of control, even the energy flowing on the surface of his body was in a mess, causing his skin to be in its weakest state. It was true that when a person was unlucky, even a toothpick could be fatal. Xiong Kuei's situation was similar. However, a luck talisman could only cause him to be unlucky once or twice. His situation was far worse than his. He remembered that day when he was drawing that luck talisman on Pill Spirit Mountain. He comprehended something. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Fortune and misfortune hide within. Who knows the extreme? There is no righteousness. Righteousness becomes a wonder, kindness becomes a demon. The mysteries of a person will last for a long time. Knowing the male and guarding the female is the stream of the world. Knowing the glory and guarding the humiliation is the valley of the world. Knowing the white and guarding the black is the style of the world. Fortune and misfortune have no door, but people summon themselves. Good and evil will follow like a shadow. The root of misfortune lies in the evil of the body, the evil of the mind. The root of fortune lies in cultivating virtue and doing good deed. However, looking at it today, he was probably just a beginner at that time. This weird and indiscernible god talisman definitely wasn't so simple. Before this, he felt that he had missed out on something. However, he couldn't figure out what it was. So that's the case. It is probability. The luck word that I wrote can magnify all possibilities. Waves of excitement flowed in Zhong Shou's chest like a flame current, causing his heart to burn up. His eyes were filled with surprise after he understood. On the surface, Chu Shui kept on falling down in Xiaoyuan town and also picking up money. It was a combination of misfortune and fortune. In truth, that wasn't the case. It was just that the luck word magnified the probability of everything. It seemed like there was both good and bad luck. Actually, although there was some relationship between the two, it wasn't like what he had imagined before, where misfortune and fortune were closely interdependent. As for this luck word talisman, apart from probability, it could also cause one's luck to fluctuate in a short period of time. Just as he was thinking about that, he suddenly felt an explosion within his soul ocean. The luck word talisman that was spinning outside of the whirlpool actually gave out an unlimited amount of light. The bright glow and mist that covered the talisman slowly dissipated. At this moment, Zhong Shou could easily use his spiritual sense to investigate the structure of this god talisman. The other 11 god talismans that he got from Pill Spirit Mountain were all spiritual seed. Only this luck word god talisman was a perfect spiritual restriction level and was also the most indiscernible. After carefully comprehending for a moment, Zhong Shou entered a meditative state. He was actually forming true spiritual restrictions within his soul ocean. With this complete God talisman as a reference, he was able to complete it without any obstructions. Chapter 231. Many true spiritual charms were formed along with Zhong Shou's intent, causing the soul ocean whirlpool to swiftly strengthen. Just as the 99th spiritual charm was formed, a talisman whose color was indiscernible suddenly floated out from within the soul ocean. It was suddenly silver-white, suddenly deep purple, suddenly fiery red, and then suddenly ice blue. The moment it appeared, it intertwined with the other lightning, water, fire, and metal talismans. Numerous threads stretched out and connected with these talismans. The true spiritual charms that Zhong Shou formed before were all attracted over one by one. They were all added into the luck word true spiritual talisman, filling it up. The color was still changing between 7 colors, but 15 minutes later, that illusionary feeling totally disappeared. It truly existed in his divine soul. It was located at the center of the few true spiritual charms. Not only was it the largest, but Zhong Shou used a full 99 true spiritual charms to form it. Even its position was a level higher than the lightning, water, fire, and metal talismans. Like a king, high above. It was also like it was born from the 4 talismans that each represented a path. Zhong Shoxin understood why it was so huge. It was because the laws and phenomena gathered by this luck word true talisman were more perfect than the other few true spiritual charms. Even though he still didn't understand many of them. The reason why its position was higher was because these laws were naturally above the lightning, water, fire, and metal talismans. As for those densely packed threads, they represented the close connection between each other. The various abilities and effects of this luck word true talisman obviously needed to be realized through other laws. Just as this true spiritual talisman was formed, the entire soul ocean whirlpool crazily expanded once more. Almost all of the soul remembrance within it was continuously splitting and splitting. Its quality was also continuously improving and shrinking, becoming purer and purer. Be it the speed of expansion or the purity of the soul power, it could be compared to when he advanced from the out-of-body realm to the night-wandering realm. It was close to a qualitative improvement. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy were gathered by the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique. As it was sucked into the giant vortex, some impurities were removed, leaving behind only the essence of the origin spirit. Within this whirlpool, there seemed to be tiny veins that seemed like spiritual veins that were connected to the 5 true talismans above. The end was like a spiderweb stretching out in the soul ocean, absorbing spiritual energy and soul power to inject into the 5 true spiritual talismans. At this moment, Zhong Shouxin's mind was in turmoil, and he could not calm down for a long time. Spirit veins were formed in the divine soul. This was something that could only be done after reaching the return to Sun realm. However, at this moment, he'd only condensed a single luck true talisman, and he'd already accomplished it. His current cultivation was only at the middle stage of the night roaming realm. The 5 tiny veins in his soul were clearly the embryonic form of a spirit vein. When a martial master cultivates, one must first cultivate one's physical body and temper one's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, skin, bones, and tendons. He would strengthen his qi and blood to the extreme before benefiting his spirit. Spirit masters were the complete opposite. They would first cultivate soul power, using various methods to strengthen their spirit. Once all their spirit souls turned from yin to yang, they would be able to use the purest heaven and earth spiritual energy to reshape their bodies and refine them into a true image. At this stage, they could even abandon their physical body. However, be it spirit masters or martial cultivators, they all needed to merge spiritual veins into their bodies. The only difference was that spirit masters used true talismans and heaven talismans to merge, while martial cultivators used their chakra meridians as a medium. The former was formed by one's own strength after reaching a certain realm. As for the latter, one could only search for naturally formed spiritual veins to merge into the body. Between the two, each had their pros and cons, and it was tough to judge who was better. However, the first few stages of spirit masters were indeed weaker, but they had many methods. When they cultivated to a high level, they could even control the power of heaven and earth for their own use. However, although martial cultivators were strong at the start, at the later stages, if they were unable to comprehend a high level of martial intent, the moment they fought with spirit masters, they had no way to fight back. Between spirit masters who successfully formed spiritual veins and those who didn't, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. At this moment, even Zhong Shou was unable to understand how the spiritual veins in his soul ocean were formed. Pretty much without him needing to control them, they naturally formed. He only knew that the spiritual energy at the depths of the soul ocean whirlpool was already extremely pure. It actually had the feeling of turning from yin to yang. At this moment, in terms of quantity, his soul naturally couldn't be compared to a return to Sun Realm Spirit Master. However, in terms of quality, it wasn't below. The purity of spiritual energy is one of the reasons why spiritual veins can be formed. However, the main reason is most probably because of this heaven energy swallowing conversion technique. This cultivation method is really magical, using what heaven and earth have to make up for what one lacked. Who knows who created it? It really stole the fortune of heaven and earth. In my eyes, this cultivation method shouldn't be weaker than the universe and universe books. Zhong Shou placed his consciousness high above his soul ocean, deep in thought as he looked down at the 5 spiritual veins that were like cantilevers, spinning along with the whirlpool. It was probably because this heaven energy swallowing conversion technique was absorbing the purest spiritual energy in heaven and earth at every moment, which was why the spiritual veins were naturally formed and he didn't need to spend any effort at all. Following which he used his mind to sweep the 12 god talismans outside. These god talisman seeds were also of great use. Apart from helping him purify his soul power, they were also purifying the various spiritual energy within his soul ocean at every moment. In that moment of distraction, Zhong Shou once again retracted all his consciousness and started to focus on the expansion of his soul ocean as well as the splitting of his soul power. Within the whirlpool, spiritual energy surged. Above it was a mist and flames rolling about, numerous lightning flashing crazily. Only when the diameter of the whirlpool swelled to close to double did it finally stop. The changes within his soul also slowly stopped. At this moment, Zhong Shou's soul power was a full 6 times. However, when his consciousness slowly recovered, the first thing he did was take a look at the 12 god talisman seeds outside of his soul ocean. In just one night, the water, fire and metal god talismans were pulled a little closer. However, the closest one was still the luck word god talisman. What made Zhong Shou feel regretful was that just now he was just a step away from totally merging with this god talisman. However, he was unable to complete it. It should be because his understanding of the laws was still lacking by a lot. However, this matter couldn't be forced. To be able to comprehend and form this 5th and most indiscernible true spiritual talisman, he was already satisfied. Sensing his soul ocean once more, Zhong Shou felt even more surprised. With my current soul power, even if I go head-on against those returned to Sun Realm Spirit Masters, it wouldn't be a problem. What made him most happy was still the one origin sword that was hanging at the center of his soul ocean. At this moment, the outer shell covering the blurry energy was removed, the entire sword body was revealed. The color was also changing in 7 colors. Not only was it bright and eye-catching, its sharpness was extremely sharp. This was a sign that it had gone from a sword embryo to a true sword. Who knows if it was due to the luck word talisman being formed, but the entire sword body was giving off a mysterious aura. Now that I have formed the lightning, water, fire, metal and luck talismans, the next step should be the wind-gathering talisman. Once this talisman is formed, my combat strength will increase by several times. No. His heart suddenly jumped. Zhong Shou sent his mind into the depths of his soul ocean. Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed. That's not right. Heaven-swallowing energy conversion, the talisman I should form should be the swallow word. With this thought in mind, the entire soul sea shook. Pretty much naturally, many true spiritual charms appeared at the center of his soul ocean. There were actually 40 of them. Although he was unable to form a new true spiritual talisman, it caused his soul ocean whirlpool to become a little bigger. Zhong Shoxin was delighted and knew that this was because his cultivation coincided with the heavenly path. However, shortly after, he still felt that it wasn't right. Like something was missing and there was a huge problem. Thinking about it for a long while, he finally understood. It still isn't right. I heard that in the ancient times, there were 15 to 16 types of god beasts that had the ability to swallow heaven and earth. However, in the end, they all died in a tragic manner, either losing their minds or their bodies exploding. Only a mere 3 types survive, amongst which I can learn a thing or two from that Wanxiang. Then apart from the swallow word, there should be a purify word. 2 true spiritual talismans should be formed at the same time. Pretty much at the same time, the interior of his soul changed once more. Not only was the commotion much greater than before, but the soul ocean whirlpool also expanded once more. In the center, there were also dozens of true spiritual talismans that appeared out of nowhere. Zhong Shou couldn't help but be tempted to try and form these 2 true spiritual talismans in one go. However, just as such a thought rose up in his head, he felt that his mind was suddenly exhausted. It was like there was an invisible barrier that was stopping him from improving. Thinking about it, Zhong Shou knew that it was because his foundations were unstable. This one day and night of cultivation was equivalent to several months of meditation cultivation. With his current situation, it wasn't enough to support him to climb up. He decisively gave up on this plan. When Zhong Shou opened his eyes once more, there seemed to be lightning flashing within. Within the room, it was extremely abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy. In front of him, Chu Shui and Ruo Shui both looked over with weird expressions on their faces. Especially Chu Shui, who was exceptionally shocked. "Young master, why did you suddenly advance? Didn't you just form a true spiritual talisman a few days ago?" There was a hint of frustration in his tone. As expected, he was a piece of trash that only knew how to eat. Young master's strength rose so quickly, so why would he need him in the future? He would only become a burden to young master. Chapter 232. When Zhong Shou heard that, he laughed. This time it wasn't just a breakthrough in realm. However, looking at Chu Shui's situation, he knew that this brat was struggling with herself. He smiled and caressed Chu Shui's head. "Dumb brat, this breakthrough is all thanks to you. If you didn't bring this talisman over, who knows how long your young master would need to comprehend this talisman." Chu Shui made a sound of surprise, and her eyes gradually lit up. She thought to herself that the talisman she pasted on Zhong Shou's forehead didn't harm the young master. Listening to his tone, it seemed like it had helped him a lot. Just as she was feeling delighted, Zhong Shou's face turned serious. "However, you still have to be punished. This time you won't copy the desolate talisman scripture. Within 10 days, copy that mysterious talisman scripture 100 times. This time there were many Spirit Master secret scriptures he obtained from Xian Mountain City. Amongst which Zhong Shou benefited the most was this mysterious talisman scripture. The entire scripture not only recorded close to 60% of grade 4 spells and talismans of the 12 types, but it also recorded the main points of the talismans. There was also a description of the key points of these talisman technique. There were 200,000 words in the entire book, and all of them were full of substance. There wasn't a single word of nonsense. Moreover, it was simple and easy to understand. It was the most suitable for spirit masters to use to build up their foundations. Chushue was stunned on the spot. Then with a groan, her entire body powerlessly fell onto the soft couch. Using a pitiful expression, she looked towards Zhong Shou. She knew that her young master would definitely take revenge after this matter. He was just too evil. Zhong Shou directly ignored Chu Shui's pitiful gaze. This brat was good at everything. When she cultivated, she was really hard-working. However, in terms of spells, she didn't pay attention and didn't understand. She needed him to guide and supervise her. Actually, his expectations for this brat were far above Zhong Yuan's. Once the battle martial body reached a certain level, the bloodline would be completely awakened, and one would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. His mastery of the martial Tao was far superior to others. Others needed to comprehend and understand the mystery, but Chu Shui could instinctively grasp it. However, this girl couldn't always rely on her instincts to make a living in the future. This spiritual technique was her trump card to protect her life in front of true experts. It was also beneficial to her martial path, and she had to learn it. Zhong Shou then slapped Ruo Shui's but as a punishment. Only then did he stand up with a smile and walk over to the table that Chu Shui had rearranged. He casually took some spiritual ink and talisman paper from the side. Zhong Shou took in a deep breath for a moment before drawing another talisman on the talisman like a dragon or snake. It was different from the talismans he had drawn before, and it was not a talisman technique he knew before. Instead, when the Luck True talisman was completed, it naturally entered his mind. In just a moment, when the talisman runes on the talisman paper were connected together, a clear light seeped out. The color of this talisman paper changed. It was actually a 7-colored change. Ruo Shui also cultivated spiritual techniques, and when she saw the situation, she was shocked. She stood up and looked into the distance. "Young master, what kind of spiritual technique is this? I have never seen it before." Luck Praying Talisman. As the name suggests, it is a method to increase one's luck. Zhong Shou smiled, taking out a cloud pattern flying knife that he had nurtured for a period of time. He chanted out a spiritual chant, his right hand forming a seal as he slapped on it. First, the spiritual light expanded, and then it swiftly calmed down. Zhong Shou squinted and looked out of the window. When a scene appeared in front of his eyes, a bright glow exploded out, 14,000 feet out. "Look at that purple-tail eagle." Suddenly, a saber light shot out of his hand, almost without a shadow or trace, and went straight out of the window. Ruo Shui only saw a white light rise up, instantly 1,000 feet out. With the speed of lightning, he quickly disappeared into the horizon. Looking into the sky, that purple-tail eagle circling in the air. Suddenly, it cried out in pain, its body losing balance and falling down. Ruo Shui was strong, and as a Xuanwu ancestor, her eyesight was far better than normal people. With just one look, she saw a cloud pattern flying knife stabbed into the throat of the purple-tail eagle. There was a moment of silence, and her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. 14,000 feet out, using just one talisman soldier to kill a Xiantian-level beast on the spot, taking its life with one knife. How strong was Zhong Shou's flying knife technique? If he wanted to take a person's life, even those peak Xiantian experts would only need one knife within 10,000 feet. In this world, no one would be able to avoid it. Was this because of Zhong Shou's luck-praying technique? This spell actually had such power? Zhong Shou was also silent, looking at his own hand. He was also shocked. The luck talismans that he drew in the past could increase the probability of everything, be it good or bad. It could also cause a person's fate to have an intense change in a short period of time. This luck praying technique was an improved talisman technique, removing the bad side and only keeping the effect of increasing one's luck. However, the effect was naturally greatly reduced, only less than 1% of the luck talisman. However, even with just this bit of ability, when used on his 6-god defensive knife technique, it was terrifyingly strong. In the past, based on his own ability, shooting out that cloud pattern flying knife with all his strength, he could at most guarantee that he would heavily injure the purple tail eagle within 10,000 feet. At this moment, 14,000 feet out, he originally just wanted to try, but he really pierced the throat of that grade 4 beast with one knife. It was like the heavens were helping him. Be it the wind change or the angle that the purple tail eagle flew at, it was all as he predicted. There was no difference and no change at all. This was just the cloud pattern flying knife that he used in the past. If it was those cloud flame flying knives that Iran gave him that could carry more cloud shocking god destroying sword intent, what would happen then? Zhong Shou couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, looking at his hand in shock. He didn't expect that this luck talisman would have such a strong effect. Maybe this talisman couldn't harm people, but with the buff of the luck praying technique, then any spell or martial technique could raise power by a grade. Closing his eyes and meditating, he could roughly feel that this luck praying technique was just the most basic one. There were still many more powerful and wondrous spells waiting for him to discover and comprehend. Just this small luck praying technique already had such strength. Zhong Shou didn't dare to imagine what the other spells would be like when they were used. Then, he felt that something wasn't right. Zhong Shou suddenly opened his eyes filled with doubt. The mysteriousness of this talisman wasn't much weaker than the 2 scriptures of the universe. Since that Lingyun ancestor was able to grasp it, then how would his achievements be only at the celestial realm? The foundations of Lingyun's sect definitely wouldn't be just 10 of the shrines. Being at the bottom of the shrines just didn't make sense. If this talisman was really left by the Lingyun sect ancestor, then didn't he get a huge benefit? Zhong Shou couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Then, he stopped thinking about it and retracted his thoughts. He still laid in front of the table, his expression focused as he drew on the talisman paper. It was still the luck-praying talisman. Although there was one more talisman in his soul ocean, his realm wasn't stable yet. At this moment, the best way to stabilize the true spiritual talisman in his soul ocean was to continue drawing talismans. Moreover, this luck-praying technique could be considered his unique path technique. Apart from this shop, there was no other shop. He couldn't buy it even if he wanted to. Drawing more was a good thing. Half a day later, Zhong Shou found Shurdan to ask about the past of Lingyun's sect, this nominal disciple of Wujua Villa, who was a return to Sun Spirit Master and had seen a lot. Shurdan was the most suitable. Prince is talking about the 12 god talismans that the Lingyun ancestor left on the god talisman platform of Pill Spirit Mountain? Just that luck word god talisman? Shurdan thought back while frowning. I have only heard a little about Lingyun's sect before. Coincidentally, I know about the 12 god talismans. The Lingyun ancestral master was most proficient in the martial way. Although his spiritual cultivation was strong, it couldn't compare to his sword technique. At the end of the Cloud Desolate era, when he was forced to leave the Cloud world, to select disciples, he specially left the Sky Sword and God Talisman platforms in the 3 continents and 10 islands. However, only our Donglin Cloud continent was a little different. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed and knew that she had entered the main topic. Legend has it that the 12 god talismans on the platform only drew 7 out of them. The Lingyun ancestral master had only drawn 7 of them. The remaining talismans were all drawn by a senior. As for the other Central Cloud Continent, South Wind Cloud Continent, along with the other 10 islands, the last god talisman was lightning. Only our Central Cloud Continent has the word luck. When Dan said that, her brows furrowed. I heard that it had nothing to do with the Lingyun ancestor and the senior who drew the other god talismans. It was left by another person. I heard that this person was not only a Saint Realm expert 10,000 years ago, but he also had grievances with Lingyun sect. However, as for the exact situation, Dan didn't know. She only roughly knew that it had something to do with a bet. I heard that it had something to do with the legacy of the person who drew the talisman. If one could comprehend the god talisman itself, one would have indiscernible strength. The reason why the god talisman platforms of the other cloud continents and sky islands were all broken and only our Donglin cloud continent's god talisman platform still exists till now is mostly because of this luck word. This talisman is hard to draw and is also really rare. In the many talismans and scriptures in the world, there are very few that mention it. Zhong Shou instantly understood, his heart heaving a sigh of relief. Knowing that this talisman didn't come from Lingyun's sect made his mood much better. Following which he felt weird, slightly shaking his head. Something isn't right. If this talisman is really so important and concerns the legacy of a cloud desolate expert, then why didn't Lingyun's sect take it? Out-of-body realm and Xiantian realm disciples might not be able to copy it, but there are so many return to Sun realm spirit masters in Lingyun's sect. They can't do anything about such a small luck word god talisman. If return to Sun realm cultivators can't do it, then those body-shaping and true image realm cultivators shouldn't be a problem? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Chapter 233. Prince, you are making things difficult for me. Dan laughed awkwardly, looking at Zhong Shou with an apologetic expression. I don't know about this, I only know roughly that it has something to do with that bet. Not only can't Lingyun's sect steal this talisman, but they also have to protect it. Dan's status was lowly, so she only knew this much. In the future, be it entering my Kenzo sect Wujua Villa or becoming the disciple of Tsang Xingdao, you will be a direct disciple. At that time, you will be able to find out more. Following which she looked at Zhong Shou with a suspicious expression. Based on what I know, the Heaven Talisman platform on Pill Spirit Mountain was personally broken by the prince. Prince asking about this, did you have some comprehension of this luck talisman? Or did you obtain the legacy of that Saint Realm expert? Zhong Shou immediately laughed out loud, just as he was about to speak. His heart moved as he looked out of the window. Not far away, Zhong Gang was holding a red bird in his hand. A moment later, the expression of the Black Fox Cavalry's commander changed. He rode his horse to the side of the window. Prince, there is news from Gantian Mountain. Zhong Shi and Zhong Yang might have joined hands to decide on the Monster King position before you rush back. A moment later, two red swift birds landed from the sky, each flying towards Hu Zhongyuan and Tan Tao. In just a moment, the expressions of the two of them were really ugly. Zhong Shou had expected it, his eyes flashing as he walked out of the carriage. Then, he looked towards the direction of Gantian Mountain in deep thought. A moment later, his brows furrowed. It seems like these few days we can't walk slowly. Get someone to bring a horse over. He looked behind, only to see the curtains of the carriage being pulled open. Zhong Yuan's majestic body stepped out from within. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. His aura was extremely maniacal. Not only was it due to the maniacal killing intent, but it was also because his realm wasn't stable and he advanced too quickly. However, just looking at the energy that seeped out, one would know. The current Zhong Yuan had already stepped into the peak of the 6 meridians of the Earth Chakra realm. Zhong Shou sized up Zhong Yuan, instantly feeling that his gaze was like a sword, filled with an icy cold intent. When it stabbed over, it made one's heart feel cold. However, when he looked at him, he retracted his gaze. It was filled with humility and respect, but more was filled with anticipation as well as a desire to fight. Zhong Shou couldn't help but frown. This fellow was too anxious and didn't listen to him. One must know that although the Earth Extreme Pill, it wasn't omnipotent. In this world, there were always hidden dangers associated with a quick-fix method. Even if Zhong Yuan had comprehended the maniac lightning spear sense, after reaching the 5th meridian of the Earth Chakra level, it was best that he needed a period of time to stabilize it. At that time, it would be best for him to enter the 6th meridian. Actually, he had guessed that when this fellow asked for the 2 Earth Extreme Pills and the spiritual veins, how could he resist the urge to advance? Thinking about Zhong Yang and Zhong Hao, Zhong Shou sighed helplessly, understanding Zhong Yuan's thoughts. This time might be his only chance to take revenge. No wonder this fellow would be so anxious. Thinking about it in his heart, Zhong Shou gave up on the thought of scolding him. Although it wasn't good to advance quickly with his methods, he could make up for it. However, in the following period of time, Zhong Yuan's martial path improvement had to be suppressed. At this moment, a grade 4 Windrider foal that he stole from Feng Yu was already in front of him. It was several times stronger than normal Windrider foals, spitting out a fishy smell. Its body was covered in a steel-made horse armor, covering its entire body. Numerous steel spikes extended out from its forehead. It was like an iron monster, looking extremely vicious. Zhong Shou directly flipped and jumped onto the horse. This grade 4 Windrider foal instantly gave out an unhappy neigh. However, before it tried to resist, it stood up on its hind legs. A wave of incomparably powerful soul remembrance pressed down from the top. It was like a giant hammer smashing down, causing its soul to feel dizzy. It was like it couldn't take it anymore, stumbling forward a few steps before recovering. Then, it didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, obediently lowering its head and neck, showing a subservient attitude. It only felt that intent was tightly wrapping around its soul, like as long as it tried to resist, it would be destroyed. If it had any resistance, it would be able to crush its consciousness. After totally subduing the grade 4 Windrider foal, Zhong Shou nodded his head in satisfaction. He took out some spiritual beans and fed it to the horse. No matter what era, a stick and a carrot was the best way to tame beasts. Looking around, only to see that Hu Zhongyuan, Tan Tao, and the others, as well as the 5,000 cavalry, all martial ancestor and above experts were all gathered at the side. Zhong Shou smiled slightly. Are you all prepared? This time when we go back, we are going to kill people. Although it is a family war, there will be blood, a lot of blood. His tone was calm and indifferent, but at this moment, the dozens of martial Dao experts around him only felt a biting cold that penetrated their hearts, following which their fighting spirit boiled. Zhong Yuan's eyes lit up, unknowingly holding the purple lightning spear in his hand tightly. His eyes became even colder. Within Gantian Mountain City, it was totally silent. Before the second night watch, all the lights in the city were extinguished, only to hear numerous weapons clashing with armor, as well as the sound of iron hooves and footsteps. In the entire city, on all the streets, there were groups of fully armored soldiers patrolling. Any area that was slightly spacious was covered by the army. Many infantry square formations and cavalry formations were neatly spread out around the city. In the houses at the corners of the streets, there were numerous crossbows hidden. The aura was really quiet and solemn. They were split into several sides, showing signs of standing off against one another. On the side of the south of Gantian Mountain City, on a mountain peak that was only lower than the main peak, Hu Qianxiu was dressed in black armor, looking down on the entire mountain city. Beside him was Gantian Mountain Left Pillar General Qiu Wei. He was also dressed in spiritual armor, fully armed, holding a wolf-tooth club on the ground. It seems like the three of them have joined hands. Looking at the changes in the city, Hu Qianxiu scoffed, filled with mocking intent. I expected that they wouldn't be willing, but I didn't expect that. That Zhong Ming and Zhong Hao would join hands because they are afraid of Zhong Yuan. Only Xiyuan, what a waste. That person is Shou Er's uncle, he should be helping him. Zhong Xiyuan? The ruler has always treated him well and has helped him a lot. He shouldn't have such thoughts. Chiu Wei's expression was wooden, and his eyes were extremely cold, like an iceberg. Even if he turns back today, I will persuade the crown prince to seize his military power as soon as possible and kill him. Hu Qianqiu smiled when he heard that, although he was a little worried, he didn't retort. He still looked down, deep in thought. You and I join hands along with the personal troops left by the ruler and the troops directly under him, as well as the strength of the various races. The 500,000 troops in the city are enough to stabilize the situation. Even if those few fellows join hands, they won't be able to shake us. However, even if those few people know that, they still aren't afraid and want to go all out against us. It seems like they have to rely on those few hidden sections. Who knows who will come? Let's hope they don't disappoint me. When Chiu Wei heard that, he frowned slightly. At this moment, he was extremely worried. However, Hu Qianqiu's tone was really relaxed, not caring about the enemy in front of him. He wanted to remind him to not underestimate the enemy. However, he was also afraid that he would dispel this fellow's thoughts of fighting back. In his heart, this fellow was really hesitant. He might choose to give up on the prince for the Iron Tiger race. However, after hesitating for a moment, Chiu Wei decided to be direct. Although this Hu Qianqiu was hesitant before, but all along, he barely kept to his word. What he said, even if he died and his race was wiped out, he wouldn't take back a single word. Under Zhong Weiran, he had fought alongside tens of Xuanwu ancestors in the city. However, only Hu Qianqiu and Chai Yuan were able to gain his trust from start to finish. Brother Hu, although this Gantian mountain city is under our control, there are 5 gates. However, out of the 8 city gates, 5 of them were personally controlled by the 3 of them. Furthermore, they were all facing the east. There is also the Jinshan Pass 50 miles away. There is also an army under Zhong Xiyuan. As he said that, Chiu Wei's eyes were filled with worry. Jinshan Pass was northeast of Gantian Mountain. Due to the dangerous terrain, it was one of the most majestic passes in the world. There was only a gigantic iron chain bridge connecting the two, and below it was a ravine that was 3,800 feet wide. Chilly winds were blowing and countless ghosts and evil beings were gathering there. Even cloud-stepping foals and windrider foals, these flying beasts were unable to cross it. The person defending here was a 7-meridian Xuanwu ancestor expert. He was really famous and was one of the strongest helpers in Zhong Xiyuan's hands. If they were blocked here, they would need to travel another 1,700 miles to go around it. Even if they rode on the best windrider foals, they would need an extra day and night of travel. Who knows if the prince and the others could make it in time? That Hu Qianqiu didn't care, laughing out loud. Don't worry, Head Chiu. You haven't seen the prince. As they say, a day apart is like 3 years. How can the prince 3 years later be the same as 3 years ago? The prince won't disappoint you. If he can't cross a small Jinshan Pass safely, then he will be the king. Then he isn't worthy of the monster king position. Chiu Wei was startled, obviously at a loss. Just as he was about to ask Hu Qianqiu where his confidence came from. At the corner of his eyes, he saw a group of people. He turned his head and looked down, only to see the city gate in the north suddenly open. A group of cavalry suddenly entered the city. There were only 30 of them, all wearing white shirts. However, when they slowly entered the city, there was the aura of a huge army. The 2 of them couldn't help but frown, exchanging glances with one another. They both knew that the people Zhong Yang invited had finally arrived. Chapter 234. I was wondering who Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang were relying on, so it is the 15th Xuansu sect of the 19 spiritual lands. Looking at the white shirt people, Hu Qianqiu shook his head and laughed. In the next instance, his eyes squinted, showing a wary expression. The one leading them seems to be Li Hu Jichang? Chiu Wei's eyes were also serious, showing a cold and sharp expression. Li Hu Jichang, although this person wasn't famous for the art of war. However, in terms of the martial path, he was one of the strongest people in Donglin Cloud Continent below the Ascended Realm. Although he was 8 meridians of the Earth Chakra level, close to 95% of the 9 meridian Xuanwu Peak experts weren't his opponent. His reputation was only lower than that of Gang Yi. He was also seen as the person who had the highest chance of entering the Ascended Realm in these 10 years. In the past, when Jichang challenged the famous experts of Donglin Cloud Continent, he had fought with this person and ended in a draw. At that time, his strength was slightly higher, but he was unable to obtain victory. In the few years after, Li Hu Jichang entered the sect to cultivate. Who knows how much his strength had grown? His eyes jumped as he swept towards the west. Another cavalry force entered the city. They were also around 30, wearing black armor, all of them above the martial ancestor realm. The one leading them was dressed in Taoist attire, 7 feet tall, his body muscular. However, sitting on the horse, his body was light like he was about to fly, giving off a celestial feeling. This is Gang Ye's junior brother Wia Hehe. Hiding the head but showing the tail, it really matches what the ruler guessed. These two people came from 2 of the 19 spiritual houses, Daoming sect. I nearly thought that the 2 of them were factionless cultivators with no one to rely on. To send such elite disciples over, who knows what that Daoming sect is planning? They are probably planning something big. Still using a mocking tone, Hu Qianqiu's hands clenched tightly. Coincidentally, that Wei Zhenren also raised his head and looked up with deep meaning. The 2 of them were tens of miles apart, exchanging glances with one another. The moment their gazes met, it was like lightning had exploded. The bodies of the 2 trembled slightly, after which they both turned their gazes away at the same time. This Misty Leaf, I haven't seen it in a few years. His cultivation had actually improved by quite a bit. I can deal with this fellow. It won't be difficult to kill him if we combine our forces. As for Li Hu Jichang, I presume that Prime Minister Chiu has some confidence in him? Although Chiu Wei didn't speak, his aura continued to surge into the wolf tooth club in his hand. His aura seemed to merge with the entire mountain. His eyes shone brightly. Hu Qianqiu laughed and didn't ask any more, only looking towards the south. I just don't know who Zhong Xiuan invited. You and I can roughly guess the person behind Zhong Shi and Zhong Yang. However, I really don't know who this right pillar general is. The few city gates in the north and west were all controlled by Zhong Shi and Zhong Yang. Only the one in the southwest was under the control of Zhong Xiuan's old subordinates. If Zhong Xiuan had reinforcements, they would most probably enter from here. In just a moment, a bunch of cavalry rode their horses and arrived outside of the city gate. Just a dozen of them, but their aura was really strong. They were comparable to Wei Zhenren's group. They were all white shirts and robes, but by the sides of their heads, there was a pair of fox ears. Looking from afar, the appearance of this group of people was also extremely handsome. Hu Qianqiu's pupils constricted to the size of a needle. This was the first time he showed a solemn expression. It is actually someone from the 8-tailed sky fox Shui family that the ruler rejected. This Zhong Xiuan really deserves to die. His words were filled with killing intent. Hu Qianqiu's eyes were also filled with rage. Before this, he felt that Chiu Wei's suggestion of taking Zhong Xiuan's life was too much. However, at this moment, he really wanted to rip this Zhong Xiuan into pieces. However, at this moment, he could only suppress such thoughts and try his best to calm down. Although the eight-tailed Sky Fox King race Shui family wasn't based in the Cloud World. It was only in recent years that they started to develop power in Donglin Cloud Continent. However, their power was only the tip of the iceberg, and they already had the ability to go up against the top 10 shrines. Although there weren't many of them, they were all above the martial ancestor realm, dual cultivators. Their combat strength far exceeded their peers. He also recognized the roughly 25 or 26-year-old person who rode the horse over. Eight-tail race Shui Moyan, 8 meridians of the Earth Chakra realm. However, 3 years ago, he was able to defeat the combined efforts of Ling Feikong and Chai Yuan. His strength was so strong that it was indiscernible. Even he, Hu Qianqiu, didn't have any confidence in winning. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Hu Qianqiu smiled helplessly. It is actually him. Now we can only hope that the prince and the others can rush back quickly. With the prince here, no matter what these people do, they will be able to easily settle the situation. If not, we won't have any chance of winning. When Qiuwei heard that, he was shocked. He knew that although Zhonggang was a personal army commander, his martial path was on the same level as Hu Qianqiu. Along with Zhong Yuan, who broke through 1,000 army and killed 4 Xuanwu ancestors. The 4 of them working together, using the strength of the army, it was enough to wipe out the many experts of the Shui family and Daoming Xuansu sect. However, within the city, Chai Yuan and Ling Feikong, even Zhong Ming and Zhong Hao were all famous experts. The strength of both sides were on the same level. At most, after he and Hu Qianqiu worked together, their strength would be a little higher. However, hearing Hu Zhongyuan's tone, it was like he had everything in his hands. It was like he was looking forward to the Prince Zhong Shou who couldn't even cultivate. He didn't have time to think about the meaning behind Hu Qianqiu's words. Just as Shui Moyan and the others entered the city. At the peak of Gantian Mountain, there was a loud bell ringing. Qiuwei's eyelids jumped and he knew that it was the bell that gathered everyone in Chongjing Hall. He raised his head and looked out 20,000 feet in the direction of the main peak of Gantian Mountain, only to see that at the edge of the high platform there were tens of people standing there. The ones at the front were Zhong Ming, Zhong Hao, Zhong Xiuan and Ling Feikong. However, what he didn't expect was that Chai Yuan wasn't amongst them, making him relax slightly. His cold gaze softening slightly, Qiuwei directly looked past those few people, his eyes stopping at the center, at Zhong Shi, who seemed to be the leader of the group. Only to see that kid looking down with a cold smile, his eyes filled with disdain. His eyes were filled with disdain like Hu Qianqiu's life was already in his hands. Qiuwei couldn't help but grit his teeth, only to feel rage surging in his chest, like there were thousands of knives stabbing around in his chest, unable to get out. This kid, the ruler, didn't wipe him out because of blood ties. Now, it gave these remaining evildoers a chance to rise again. Jun Shang has been wise all his life, but he places too much importance on kinship, which is really a problem. In the next instance, he heard Hu Qianqiu scoff, his tone filled with disdain. Scoff. Just a piece of trash who doesn't know his place, what are you being so proud of? Qiuwei was startled once more. Although he hated Zhong Shi to the extreme. He had to admit that the most outstanding talent of the Zhong family in these few years was indeed a rare talent, not weaker than any direct disciple of any sect. His methods were also extremely impressive. In just a few days, he had already integrated the 3 factions and gathered them under his command. It wasn't something that could be done just by relying on the strength of that Daoming sect. Just based on his ability to form alliances, he would definitely have a place in Donglin Cloud Continent in the future. Why did he become trash in Hu Qianqiu's mouth? In the dark night, groups of iron-armored cavalry were swiftly galloping in the dense forest. Under the moonlight, the talisman armor gave off a silver cold light, extremely eye-catching. Be it the 1,000 Black Fox Iron Cavalry or the mysterious armor Wind Dragon Cavalry of Xian Mountain City, their riding skills were exquisite. A total of 1,800 riders shuttled through the dense forest as if they were in their own backyard, moving freely and swiftly. With spells covering, although the horse hooves were galloping, one couldn't hear any sound, not even a speck of dust. They had left behind the Xian Mountain elite cavalry, who were slightly slower. At this moment 2 days had passed. That day, under the leadership of Zhong Gang, these 1,800 cavalry directly passed through the forest. 1 person 3 cavalry, taking a shortcut deep into the core area. Be it Hu Zhongyuan or Zhongyuan, they were all really familiar with the geography of this region. Galloping day and night, the original 4-day journey was shortened to 2 days. What surprised the Black Fox Iron Cavalry and the mysterious Armor Wind Dragon Cavalry the most was that their seemingly weak prince, who had never cultivated in the martial way, was actually able to keep up with them. After 2 days and 2 nights of galloping, his expression was really relaxed, not changing at all. He also didn't fall behind. Who knows where he got such stamina from? Just as the frontmost group of people finally passed through the dense forest, a group of people suddenly appeared. Zhong Gang suddenly raised his hand, causing the thousands of cavalry behind him to rein in their horses. Then, he looked into the distance for a moment before he rode his horse to the side of Zhong Shou. "Prince, we have arrived. 20 miles in front is Jinshan Pass. However, in my eyes, let's rest here for a while before taking a detour." When Zhong Shou heard that, he didn't agree or disagree, driving the Windrider foal under him forwards. It caused the people around to be confused, and could only follow closely. This was a flat wilderness. There wasn't any high ground where one could spy on the Jinshan Pass. Zhong Shou continued forwards until he was tens of miles out. In the distance, the giant pass that was wrapped in clouds and mist could be seen. It was 450 feet tall, majestic. In front of him was a bottomless valley. The narrowest part was 20,000 feet wide. It was like a natural city protection river, tightly wrapping around the Jinshan Pass. In the middle, there was a 100 feet long giant chain bridge that connected the two sides. They were all thick chains, a total of 49 of them, firmly chiseled into the stone walls on both sides. Chapter 235. On top of the iron chains, there were thick steel plates about 100 feet long laid on top of them. On the two sides of the giant bridge, there were 2 giant white tiger statues suppressing. They looked really vicious, covered in a layer of white light, causing the surrounding Yin energy and those ghosts and evil beings to be unable to get close. The entire giant iron chain bridge was one, giving off an ancient and majestic aura. Who knows how long it had existed for and who built it? The most important thing here wasn't the bridge itself. Instead, it was the 4 white tiger statues suppressing evil beings. If they got close, they would be wiped out. In the future, Zhong Shou had also heard of this place. At that time, there was no one here, only a patch of ruins. Only this bridge remained, the white tigers were still there. It was said that an ancient saint built it. Its goal wasn't to connect with things but to cut off the Yin veins here. It was a treasure itself, which was why even ascended experts would find it hard to damage it. As for the Jinshan Pass in the distance, as it was too far away, apart from the hundreds of feet of city walls, one couldn't see it clearly. Zhong Gang frowned, following closely behind. Zhong Shou looked at the pass, keeping silent. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore, opening his mouth once more. Jinshan Pass is 450 feet tall, and it is said that it only needs 3,000 people to defend to block 100,000 troops. The terrain here is really dangerous, and it is the only exit on the east side of Gantian Mountain. There are 15,000 troops here, and since the ruler died, Zhong Xiuan added in 10,000 more. The pass guard Yu Wuxing is not only skilled in the art of war, but he is also a 7 meridian Xuanwu. It is said that his strength is not below that of Yang Xian. He is an expert that Zhong Xiuan spent a lot of effort to recruit. 25,000 people, it isn't hard to break through. However, with this pass and dangerous path, as well as the spiritual formation within, no matter how skilled they are, they won't be able to use it here. It is best if we go around it. I know that 470 miles out, there is a place where there are very few evil beings. We should be able to safely cross this evil spirit ravine if we are faster. As his voice faded, Hu Zhongyuan, who was beside him, nodded his head in agreement. Then, he snorted coldly, "It's a pity that my 500 Iron Tiger Great Halberd warriors couldn't keep up. Otherwise, we might have been able to take down Jinshan Pass. Young master, I know that place. Although it is a little far, we just need 24 hours to reach Gantian Mountain City." Zhong Shou still didn't reply. After a long while did he turn around and ask, "Then based on what you think, can Uncle Hu and Qiu last for another day in Gantian Mountain City?" Zhong Gang and Hu Zhongyuan instantly held their breaths. When they received the news, it was already 2 days ago. Who knows what would happen within Gantian Mountain City? What kind of unforeseen event would happen? It wasn't that he didn't know that time was precious at this moment, and every second counted. If there was a chance to fly to Gantian Mountain, then the two of them wouldn't be willing to spend even a moment outside. They wished that they could grow wings and directly fly over. However, the problem was that be it the Black Fox Iron Cavalry or the mysterious Armor Wind Dragon Cavalry, they were all cavalry. If they dismounted and fought, their strength would at least be reduced by 30%. Moreover, if they couldn't take it down and dragged on for too long, it would be better for them to take a detour. Only Zhong Yuan silently took out the purple lightning spear. He also placed down that vengeful-looking mask to cover his handsome face. He had followed Zhong Shou for several months. He already understood the personality of this prince. He seemed gentle, but he would rather break than bend. Things that were impossible in the eyes of others were totally different in his eyes. Once he made up his mind, no matter how others tried to persuade him, he wouldn't change his mind. As expected, in the next instance, Zhong Shou pulled out his sword and held the lightning-winged sword in his hand. "There's no point in talking so much. Let's try. The fog is really thick and it's the best time to pass. The cable bridge is too narrow and too many people are useless. Just the few of us are enough. The others can follow after a few minutes." After saying that, he urged the Type 4 Windrider war colt under him, stepping into the thick fog and galloping towards the gigantic iron chain bridge. Zhong Yuan immediately followed closely behind. Hu Zhongyuan and Tan Tao exchanged glances with one another before helplessly following behind. Zhong Gang felt bitter. The few people here were all experts who could sweep an area. However, to say that they could take down this Jinshan Pass, he would be the first to not believe it. Within Jinshan Pass, there wasn't just one Yu Wuxing. Just Xuanwu ancestors alone, there were 2. As for martial ancestor realm experts, there were 10 above. They were all people Zhong Xiuan trusted and were willing to fight to the death for him. However, in his heart, he only hesitated for a short while before he tossed aside all other thoughts and followed at full speed. His chest was filled with pride. He was someone who liked to be direct and wasn't good at thinking. He was used to being ordered around by Zhong Weiran and didn't like to use his brain. Just now, it was because the matter was huge and he had to consider the safety of Zhong Shou as well as the casualties of the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. This was why he chose the more appropriate way to go around. Based on his personality, he would have directly charged up the city without caring about anything. That would have been satisfying. Using 6 cavalry to charge up, although it was a little pointless, so what if he went crazy with the prince for once? The moment such a thought rose up, Zhong Gang injected threads of true qi into the body of the dragon-horned winged horse. He sped up once more, instantly surpassing Zhong Shou and leading the others as he stepped onto the iron chain bridge. His majestic body stood straight, blocking Zhong Shou. He also activated spells and mist spread around him, covering the few cavalry around within. It completely covered up all sounds. However, just as he galloped 10,000 feet on the iron chain bridge, in the distance, a loud laugh could be heard from the impregnable pass. Is the person who came Zhonggang? Today, your mist illusionary technique isn't that good. To hide like this, you most probably have bad intentions. You are asking to die, so don't blame me. When Zhonggang heard that, he gritted his teeth and scolded out, "You Wuxing, I will remember your words. I won't bicker with you today. Zhong Shou Prince is here, why aren't you opening the pass? Do you want to die?" When Tan Tao heard that, his brows furrowed. It wasn't wrong to say that Zhong Shou's men were all idiots. If he didn't mention the prince, there was a chance he could fool the pass. Now that he mentioned it, wouldn't the people on the pass be more wary? It would also make Zhong Shou more dangerous. Yu Wuxing in the distance laughed maniacally. As expected, you are here to escort the prince back to the mountain. Haha, before this I was telling people that with your personality, you might be dumb enough to forcefully charge into Jinshan Pass. Who knew that you would really come? You are famous for being an idiot who doesn't think before doing things. I, Yu Wuxing, really respect you. Rage surged in Zhonggang's chest, the hair on his head all stood up. Then, he suppressed his rage. Zhong Shou Prince is the direct descendant of the ruler, the true ruler of Gantian Mountain. You dare to be rude? Pooey. Just a piece of trash who can't cultivate. A kid who doesn't even have the strength to fight a chicken. What right does he have to be my ruler? Below the city wall, Yu Wuxing laughed coldly, viciously spitting out a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, Zhonggang had already galloped to the center of the iron chain bridge, 40,000 feet away from the city gate. Although it was covered in a thick fog, the two of them could see one another from afar. Looking in front of them, there were only a few people. Yu Wuxing was first slightly surprised, following which his eyes focused on Zhong Shou. After identifying him, he was instantly surprised. Then, he hesitated slightly before showing a fierce and vicious expression. All bows and crossbows, the target is that kid behind Zhonggang. Shoot at him. Hey, a piece of trash without any true chi actually dares to come back to fight for the Monster King. Aim well, shoot this prince to death. I, Yu Wuxing, will personally go in front of the new Monster King to ask for rewards. What are you afraid of? Young Master Zhong sure rewards and punishes clearly. He is smart and decisive. He won't treat you badly. Why aren't you attacking? On the city wall, there were only 2,000 soldiers on duty and 1,000 archers. The other soldiers were still in the barracks below the city wall and had just been woken up. Although those archers all pulled out their bows and arrows, the 150 giant crossbows on the city wall were all controlled and aimed at the bridge. However, they were all hesitant. No matter how Yu Wuxing tried to persuade them, they didn't dare to be the first to fire. Yu Wuxing's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing that Zhonggang and his men were 10,000 feet below the city wall, in just tens of breaths they would rush over. In the end, he lost all his patience. He turned around and waved his knife. A knife glow flashed, directly charging hundreds of feet. Close to 100 heads were sliced off with one knife. Blood spurted, the sky was dyed in an eye-piercing red. Yu Wuxing held his knife, his expression dark and cold as he patrolled on the city wall. His voice seemed to have spat out from the depths of hell, extremely dark and cold. You all want to do this the hard way. Today, I will personally end the lives of those who don't dare to fight to the death. Shoot. Those 1,000 archers didn't dare to hesitate anymore. The bowstrings' prung sounds instantly rang out. Arrows shot out like rain towards the iron chain bridge, amongst which there were tens of people who were slightly slower. Without needing Yu Wuxing to attack, His personal troops held knives and axes and chopped them down. Instantly, another 50 corpses fell on the city wall. It caused the thousands of soldiers and archers to feel a chill in their hearts. When the thousands of sharp arrows pierced out of the city wall, the spiritual formation within the city automatically activated. Threads of wind buffed the arrows. It caused the speed of the arrows to instantly increase. Along with the 150 crossbow arrows, in an instant they were 10,000 feet out and all fell down. The few people below also sped up, directly dodging a large portion of the arrows. For the remaining part, Shurdan first used her spell to summon a gust of wind out of thin air to blow away most of the arrows. Next, Liluo rose into the air. His 2 knives danced, slashing out 100 knives in an instant. The sharp saber chi sliced apart the remaining arrows. However, there were still a few that escaped. Liluo himself was hit by 3 arrows, his face turning purple. Hu Zhongyuan and Tan Tao both let out muffled groans. Both of them were unlucky and were hit. Luckily, their armor was firm and their injuries weren't heavy. Chapter 236. When they avoided the arrow rain, the few of them were less than 1,000 feet away from the end of the iron chain bridge. Zhong Gang charged at the front of the group. In just a breath, the dragon-horned winged horse under him had already flown beside the white tiger statue. The past city in the distance was only 4,000 feet away. Yu Wuxing, who was on the city wall, didn't panic at all. Instead, he laughed out loud. "You are asking to die. Men, go rush Mr. Shui." Before he could finish his sentence, someone leaped up from behind the city wall and landed on top of the city wall. His expression was cold and arrogant, his face was handsome. At this moment, his eyes shone with a cold glow. "You don't need to rush me. I have arrived." Just one step and he was at the edge of the city wall. This Shui surnamed middle-aged man looked coldly at the few people who had charged across the iron chain bridge. Then, his brows furrowed. "This is that prince?" As expected, he has no internal energy at all. What a shame to our Sky Fox race. On the other hand, that Zhong Yuan is actually at 6 meridians of the Earth chakra level. His talents are not bad. Only who knows whether or not he has comprehended the maniac lightning spear sense, like the rumors say. Scoff, so what if he comprehended the maniac lightning spear sense? If he doesn't leave early in this Shinshan Pass, he will only die. Yu Wuxing curled his lips in disdain and grabbed a big bow that was carried by 4 Xiantian martial masters beside him. The bow was 5 feet long and weighed 200,000 kilograms. Yu Wuxing grabbed it without much effort. "In today's battle, I will definitely kill that Zhong Shou with my arrow. Mr. Shui, please help me." He suddenly opened it, pretty much pulling it into a full moon shape. A shining wolf-tooth arrow was placed on the arrow. When Mr. Shui heard that, he nodded slightly. "Of course. As long as my Shui family agrees to something, we won't go back on our words. Only in the future, your ruler and right pillar general can't go back on their words." When he said that, he formed a seal. Instantly, a cool spiritual energy gathered in the air and landed on Yu Wuxing's body. In the end, it split into 2 parts. One part seeped into Yu Wuxing's body, while the other gathered on the wolf-tooth arrow. Yu Wuxing's eyes immediately lit up as he felt his field of vision expand a little. His strength had also increased by half. The spiritual bow in his hand, which had a tension of 4 million caddies, was actually pulled back a little more. Without hesitation, he roared, "Shoot again!" Suddenly releasing the bowstring, the wolf-tooth arrow shot out like a meteor towards the direction of Zhong Shou. Just as it was halfway there, numerous strong winds swirled around the arrow body. He pushed the wolf fang arrow, which had already exceeded the limits of one's eyesight, to increase its speed once again. Almost at the same time, the 1,000 archers on the city walls also released their arrows, covering the sky and covering the sun. Zhong Gang below originally wanted to jump into the air and charge towards the city wall. At this moment, when he saw the situation, he couldn't help but frown. In the end, he could only let out an angry snort. The saber in his hand slashed out and shattered the wolf-tooth arrow that was shooting towards him. However, his entire body was also rebounded by the enormous force. It wasn't just the horse that was spurting blood from its mouth and nose. It was unable to gallop forward and was forced to stand on its hind legs. Even he himself was forced back by tens of feet. When he looked forward, his face couldn't help but turn dark and sunken. His charge was blocked, and on the city wall opposite, a third wave of arrows was prepared. Who knows, in just a short moment, the 25,000 troops in the city would be able to charge up. The current situation was obvious that he had missed the best chance to take down the city, and he couldn't see any hope. Who knows where the white shirt person on the city wall came from? His spell was actually so strong. Just one spell buff could cause the power gathered on the wolf-tooth arrow to reach 9 million kilograms. Even as an 8 Meridian Xuanwu ancestor, he couldn't block it. Scoffing, Zhong Gang retreated 100 feet before his right foot stepped on the ground. His sliding back momentum instantly stopped. His chest instantly felt stuffy, but Zhong Gang didn't bother. In the next moment, he exploded like a nuclear bomb, crazily charging forward. His legs were like wheels, one step and he was hundreds of feet away. His galloping speed was no weaker than his grade 4 dragon horn-winged horse, it was even a little faster. The situation today was one where even if he knew he couldn't win, he had to go all out. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhong Gang was startled. He noticed that the prince who was silently riding the horse beside him suddenly moved. He actually stepped on the saddle and jumped up into the air. In that instance, his aura became really different. Zhong Gang panicked. Just as the enemy fired out tens of thousands of arrows, he jumped up and lost his footing. Wasn't he asking to die? They could help him block the arrows that the normal archers shot out. However, there were 3 Xuanwu ancestors including Yu Wuxing as well as that middle-aged spirit master whose strength was unknown. Any one of these people could easily take away Zhong Shou's life. He couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. He was too careless. The prince's martial path was one with the spirit and his talent was top. However, he didn't go through any battle formations. To actually do such a stupid thing when facing the enemy. At this moment, he didn't think about taking down this pass. The only thing he could do now was to try his best to save Zhong Shou's life and see if he could retreat in one piece. However, Zhong Shou didn't notice Zhong Gang's worry at all. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His eyes were cold as he stared at the city wall of Jinshan Pass. Within his sleeves, several 7-colored spiritual talismans were burning. Then, they turned into balls of spiritual light that flew out and seeped into the bodies of the few people. Just as his body leaped into the air, a bright light burst forth from his eyes. Zhong Yuan, get up the city wall. Zhong Yuan didn't say a word, his entire body rising into the air. He was actually walking in the air, using the air as a flight of stairs as he rushed toward the city wall. Although he didn't know what Zhong Shou was planning and why he chose such a dangerous time. He only knew that Zhong Shou never did things without thinking and had never disappointed him. Then, he wouldn't disappoint the prince. Opposite him, Yu Wuxing's brows furrowed. As expected, it is the maniac lightning spear sense. Zhong Yuan had just flown out 400 feet when a purple lightning gathered around his body. It caused his speed to increase. The closer he got to the city wall, the thicker the lightning glow around his body. Looking out from afar, it was like a lightning shuttle piercing through the air. However, when his eyes looked behind Zhong Yuan, he was shocked. His eyes instantly constricted, only to see Zhong Shou fly up a full 300 feet. However, he still didn't stop. His body seemed to be pushed by an invisible force as he continued to charge upwards. In the next instance, Yu Wuxing couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He is actually Xiantian. This Zhong Shou is actually at the initial Xiantian realm. The eyes of the middle-aged man surnamed Shui moved slightly, revealing a look of shock. In the rumors, the person who didn't even have the strength to fight a chicken, at 14 years of age, was only one meridian lower than Zhong Shi, who was praised as a genius. After being startled for a moment, the middle-aged man calmed back down. However, his expression was really serious, killing intent shining. That Yu Wuxing laughed out loud once more. What a good Gantian mountain prince! You actually hit it so deeply. However, today, no matter how talented you are, you will die here. Bai Hai Renli, why aren't you attacking? Once again, Yu Wuxing pulled the bowstring, but this time, there were 3 more wolf-tooth spiritual arrows in his fingers. His breathing was slowly adjusted, entering a special rhythm. Each breath would inhale large amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy into his body. His mind would also enter a clear and calm state. Although the Yu family secret 3 consecutive arrow technique wasn't a secret technique. However, at this moment, even if it was an earth chakra Xuanwu master, he could kill him 800 steps away. Needless to say, that prince was only at the initial Xiantian realm. When that Zhong Shou's body was 300 feet away, Yu Wuxing had already measured his charging speed, his eyes turning sharp. The spiritual bow in his hand, pung, pung, pung. 3 bowstring sounds rang out. On the left and right, 1,000 feet away, there were 2 people who pulled their bows. With the buff of the middle-aged man surnamed Shui, they each shot out an arrow with strength only a little weaker than Yu Wuxing. 5 wolf-tooth sharp arrows were shot out in an instant. In a moment, they were 2,000 feet away. On the other hand, Yu Wuxing's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with mockery. He could almost see the scene of the crown prince falling not long after. To capture bandits, one had to capture the leader. As long as this person died, no matter how strong those few people were, they would be like dogs without a home and wouldn't be a problem. However, when his eyes met those of Zhong Shou, he was shocked. There wasn't much panic within, only coldness. It was obvious that his rationality was still there, and he was extremely calm. Even if he was in a killing situation, it couldn't shake him at all. A prince who hadn't seen much of the world and hadn't been through many battles, how could he have such a gaze? Just as he was feeling weird, Zhong Shou waved his sleeves. Like it was done casually, 5 cold glows shot out from his sleeve. They were also extremely swift. In just 1/100th of a blink of an eye, a full 400 feet, heading right for those 5 wolf-tooth sharp arrows. At this moment, Yu Wuxing's hand was touching his left arm. Although his chain arrow technique was strong, 3 arrows in a row, each arrow could close to double the combat strength. However, it also caused huge damage to the meridians in his arm. Once he used it, for 7 to 8 minutes, his left arm wouldn't be able to use any strength. At this moment, when he saw the situation, he found it amusing. This place was beside the evil spirit moat. The wind was not only chaotic but also intense. Even with his archery skills, he wasn't able to guarantee 100% accuracy within 8,000 feet. He could only estimate the rough location. Was this prince so scared that he went dumb? He actually wanted to use these 5 flying knives to break the arrows that he shot out? How dumb was he? Zhong Gang and Tan Tao's eyes were filled with despair. Just as everyone thought that the cold glows which they couldn't even see clearly were about to cross paths with the wolf-tooth arrows. However, he only heard a light clang sound in the air. Chapter 237. It sounded like one sound, but it was the sound of 5 consecutive metal clashing sounds, sounding out at the same time. Naturally, they were all mixed together. At this moment, be it above or below the city walls, it was deathly silent. With Zhong Shou's Xiantian realm strength, even if he used the power of the external pill, he wouldn't be able to break open the 5 wolf-tooth spiritual arrows that each had tens of millions of kilograms of strength. However, in this crazy wind, as long as he caused the 5 arrows to deviate slightly, he would be able to cause them to land in the air. As for the 5 cloud flame flying knives that finally appeared, they accurately hit the tip of the arrow where it was the easiest to be hit. The trajectory of the arrows was also instantly deviated. Just a millimeter was enough to cause a difference of 1,000 miles, brushing past Zhong Shou, who was in midair. Personally witnessing this scene on the city walls, be it Yu Wuxing or Old Man Shui, they were all stunned. Shock, disbelief, all sorts of emotions rose up in their chests like wave. That Yu Wuxing clenched his fists, nearly breaking all his teeth from gritting them. How was it possible to hit the body of the arrow in the crazy wind? How was there such an exquisite flying knife technique in this world? How did he calculate the changes in the wind, and how was he able to predict the trajectory of his wolf-tooth arrows? Such a shocking technique actually appeared in the hands of a kid who wasn't even 15. This Gantian mountain prince, apart from being at the Xiantian realm, was far more indiscernible than he expected. Below the city walls, Hu Zhongyuan, Tan Tao, and the others all roared out after a moment of silence. They all jumped up into the air. Knife energy surged, combining with the two of them, they instantly formed a dense knife veil around Zhong Shou's body. All of the arrows that were flying over were intercepted one by one. In that instance, he was so touched that he was about to cry. Zhong Shou could break the 5 wolf-tooth arrows that had tens of millions of kilograms of strength, but he was unable to avoid the dense rain of thousands of arrows, as well as the 150 four-arm giant crossbows on the city walls. He soared into the air and placed himself in danger. Previously they had been puzzled for a while, but at this moment in their eyes it was very different. It was clear that the Crown Prince had entrusted his life to the two of them. He had left his back to them without any reservations. It was as if he had completely entrusted them with his back. A gentleman would die for his friend. If the monarch treated him with sincerity, how could the subject not repay him with his life? He only felt that with such a monarch, he would have no regrets even if he were to die here. At this moment, no matter if it was Hu Zhongyuan or Tan Tao, there was nothing else in their hearts. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to protect the Crown Prince with all his might even at the cost of his life. The saber light of the Tyrant Tiger Saber and the Mandarin Duck Saber spun rapidly. Close to 120% of their normal combat strength erupted from the bodies of the two. Countless saber shadows slashed out like a storm. All the arrows that came close were shattered into pieces. However, their strength still gradually reached its limit. A few giant crossbow arrows suddenly pierced in through the gaps of the saber shadows. Just as Hu Zhongyuan and Tan Tao's faces turned green, their eyes filled with anxiousness. Another 2 saber lights, one long and one short, joined in the saber storm. All of the remaining arrows were smashed into pieces. When the 2 of them sank down and landed on the saddle once more. When they looked out once more, they saw that Li Luo had chased up from behind. Although his body was hit by numerous arrows and was heavily injured, his expression didn't change as he smiled. The 2 of you really have good saber techniques. I, Li Luo, have never seen such a well-coordinated saber technique. 1,000 arrows fired at the same time, and you were actually able to break it. Hu Zhongyuan and Tan Tao exchanged glances with one another, only to feel a burning hot blood flow between the few of them. They all laughed out. Brother Li is also a good man. I respect you. Hu Zhongyuan stared forwards like a tiger staring at its prey. The current battle was far from over. He had to help the prince to take down the city. On the city wall, when Yu Wuxing saw that Zhong Yuan was less than 30 feet away from the city wall, lightning flashed. Lightning surged around his body. Even the spiritual formation within the city seemed to be unable to block it. That invisible barrier was like a hot knife through butter as it was quickly broken apart. His expression finally changed, and his heart thumped. He suddenly had an extremely bad premonition. The expression of the middle-aged man surnamed Shuesunk, putting himself in danger to attract the arrows. Covering this Zhong Yuan to charge into the city? This crown prince is really good at scheming and is also very bold. Yu Wuxing was slightly shocked, looking around, only to see that the soldiers and archers around were all stunned. They were all shocked that the prince that they thought couldn't cultivate actually had such strength. They were unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The current situation. It was obvious that they couldn't rely on him. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, once again holding the spiritual bow in his hand. By Hai Renli, attack and stop this person for me. Today I want to see how many of my arrows this future unparalleled General Purple Lightning Spear can block. The two Xuanwu ancestors on the left and right didn't reply, flying over from hundreds of feet away. Each of them held a knife and a stick, pretty much attacking at the same time. They swiftly struck towards Zhong Yuan, who was in midair. That middle-aged man surnamed Shue's brows furrowed as he continued to look thousands of feet away, only to see that after Zhong Shou's body charged to 450 feet in the air, he didn't land. Instead, he was stepping on a shining purple longsword. His speed was actually almost twice as fast as before. He swayed and swayed as he sped over from the direction of the city wall. The middle-aged man couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. He opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. Immediately, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Driving the sword to fly, he is actually a knight wandering realm spirit master who formed 5 true spiritual talismans. In his heart, he only felt like the mountains were shaking and the earth was shaking. He felt that his heart realm was about to fall apart. In the next instance, 2 thin knife lights appeared from Zhong Shou's sleeves, one in front and one behind as they sped out. The speed of the knife shadow was tens of times faster than before. Halfway there, it started to change. Looking out, there were dozens of knife shadows that were unpredictably moving. For some reason, looking out, it felt like a sword cultivator was driving a sword to slash over. At this moment, they were less than 3,000 feet apart. In a flick of a finger, the knife light had already arrived above the city wall. Then, the entire city wall was silent once more. One could hear a pin drop. In the blink of an eye, by Hai and Renli, the 2 Xuanwu ancestors were still blocking Zhong Yuan, who was inches away. In the next blink of an eye, one could see blood spurt out from Bai Hai's neck. His entire throat had been pierced through by the flying daggers, leaving behind a hole the size of a cup. Large amounts of blood spurted out crazily. Bai Hai's eyes were filled with shock, scratching at the wound before he fell forward. His life force was endless, his 4 limbs shaking like he was trying in vain to stand up once more. On the other hand, Renli's face turned pale with fright as a warning sign arose in his heart. When he saw that Bai Hai was killed by 1 knife, he was filled with terror. His heart was filled with terror as he frantically retreated to the left. He didn't bother about the many archers and armored soldiers who were waiting behind him. He didn't bother about anything as he charged backwards, smashing into the crowd. What he wanted was to be as far away from that lethal knife light as possible. He saw the dozens of knife shadows flash as they chased from behind, not giving up at all. They suddenly turned. He actually passed through the gaps under the feet of those soldiers. From the most unbelievable and most undefendable angle, a knife pierced through Renli's left chest, leaving a wrist-sized hole. Renli's eyes were filled with disbelief for a moment. It was like he didn't dare to believe that he was on the verge of death. It was also like he couldn't believe that his life would be taken away by this small flying knife. That middle-aged man surnamed Shui couldn't help but take a step back. His neck and left chest seemed to spread out a cold intent. This is the second change in direction of the flying knife, cloud shocking God destroying sword intent. Spirit masters had sword-driving techniques which could kill people from thousands of miles away. Martial cultivators had hidden weapons throwing techniques which could similarly harm people from a distance. However, both of them had their pros and cons. The former was more agile, while the latter gathered the true chi of the martial cultivator, going forward with no return. Be it killing strength or speed, it was far better than the sword-driving technique, only lacking in agility. Normal martial cultivators, after reaching the ascended realm, would be able to use the true chi stored within to change the direction of the weapon and complete the change in direction. It would make the hidden weapon agile and chase after the spirit master. However, at this moment, this initial Sciention Meridian person not only completed the change in direction of the flying knife, but he also did it twice. As for that cloud-shocking God-destroying sword intent, it was something that one couldn't believe. The secret technique of the Lingyun sect appearing on the body of the Gantian mountain prince was enough to shock one. On the flying knife, there was sword intent added onto it which made one even more shocked. Following which he seemed to have thought about something, the pupils of the middle-aged man constricted. This is the six-god defensive knife technique. Six-god defensive knife. When the knife slashes out, it will take one's life. Legendary level secret technique. He didn't even think about it, not hesitating at all. A slight wind rose under his feet as he floated under a flying shuttle-shaped spiritual artifact. He also swiftly fled behind the city walls. All the random thoughts in his heart disappeared. He only wanted to go all out to rush back to Gantian Mountain City. No matter what, he had to inform his race members about this news. At such a young age, he was already a night-wandering spirit master, initial Sciention, six-god defensive knife. If the Shui family wanted to return to the cloud world, this Gantian mountain prince definitely couldn't be left alive. They had to go all out to get rid of him. What a good Gantian mountain monster King Zhong Weiran, to actually let his only son bear with it. He was obviously a top talent, but he acted like a piece of trash who didn't accomplish anything, causing others to roll their eyes at him. He hid it from them for so many years, he really deserved to die. On the side of Zhong Shou, he was also startled. Since he came to this world, this was the first time someone recognized the background of his flying knife technique. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.